Okay, what's going on? What's going on? What's going on? Okay, just want to make sure we got everything set. Okay, where's everybody? Right. Okay, what's going on? What's going on? What's going on? So let's talk about all the elephants that are in the room. That's good. Shout out to Xbox. Shout out to Xbox being back. Shout out to Game Pass. Gears of War E-Day. Being the financial dagger in the heart of Xbox due to the fact that it's $400 million and they still think they're going to make their money back, which they never do. That's why they're shutting down about 8 or 9 studios, give or take. And that's the ones we know of this month, which, again, the studios are supposed to be shut down next month. That's roughly about 13 days away. So, you know, there is probably going to be bad news for the next 13 days going into July. I'm going to tone down the remix a little bit to 11. There we go. Okay. Do some workouts in between. I hope PlayStation doesn't make any stupid decisions about shutting down more studios. I hope they do. I hope they do. I'm not going to sit up here. I don't want you, Prince Grove. I don't want anybody to sit up here and take L's. Stop believing this shit doesn't happen. It's going to be bad PR? Yes. On the fanboy spectrum, is this going to be bad for you? Yes. But you got to deal with it. Let's talk about a rumor. Man, shit about to get crazy. Let's talk about a little bit of a rumor that's going on right now. So right now we have a rumor that about 400 staff over at Bungie is going to get fired next month. Going to be laid off. Now, I kept telling you guys, first of all, I'm not messing with Marathon. I kept telling you guys. I also kept telling you guys a lot of other people are not messing with Marathon. I didn't press it. But what I saw you guys do on the console war spectrum over on Twitter was embarrassing. You guys were defending Marathon, which means you got a future L. It's not like any other small L. It's a huge L because they took screenshots, they took video clips of the dumbass shit you said when you were defending Marathon. Now, when Marathon flops, you gonna take that L. JTech doesn't have to take that L. You take that L. I don't feel for them. I don't. They were supposed to make a great game for you. PlayStation fan, PlayStation fanboy, PlayStation gamer, Sony fan, Sony fanboy. They were supposed to make a great game. They made a shit game. It was their decision to make a shitty game. Gamers said, no, I don't want that. I didn't order that. I'm not paying for that. Make better games. You won't fucking get fired. You won't be shut down. It's simple as that. They made that decision. Marathon is a Bungie IP. They brought out before back in the day. They wanted to bring it back. Why? I don't know. That was their decision. I can't feel sorry for someone that made a game like Marathon and thought that gamers were going to be stupid enough to just blindly support it. Do I like what they did with Destiny 1? Yes. Destiny 2, not so much. Dragon's Dogma 2, Dark Arisen, and Mega Man Dual Overdrive. Okay. So Capcom confirmed that they are indeed going to Gamescom 2026. And Dragon's Dogma and Mega Man will be there. Now again, we are going to cover this event, but it is also doubling as a news and updates. So we will be talking about the news and we will be talking about the updates. Any PC fanboy want to cover this clip? I want you guys to cover this clip. You what's going on? East, what's going on? Prince Groove. Who else we got? We got Henry in the chat. Yeah, bro. Like I understand there's some Destiny fans, but they cost Sony a lot of money, bro. I didn't want Sony to buy them. That was Jim and Herman, which again, a lot of you guys told me to stop going after, if I remember correctly. I told you that Jim and Herman were going down the wrong fucking street. Now, when we get a lot of layoffs and you know it's bad publicity and you know it looks bad on you as a PlayStation gamer, don't be fucking sad. Hold your head up. I told you guys they weren't good for you. For some reason, you guys wanted to defend them. I'm pretty sure a gamer like me knows better about what we want versus somebody from the business side. They think they know what we want, but they don't know what we want. We know what we want. We did not want Marathon. We did not want Concord. There were things about those two games that were complete turnoffs. Whether you want to claim they're woke or whatever else turned you off from the games, but they were turned off by multiple gamers. They made the decision not to buy those games. We're not getting a Destiny 3 because think about it. Destiny 3 is going to cost a shitload of money. That's also going to mean Sony is backtracking back to the PC strategy. If they make a Destiny 3, they're going to be obligated to put it on Xbox. They're going to be obligated to put it on PC. That is a ton of fucking money to develop for. Marketing costs. It's just going to be really bad for Sony. I don't know what they're planning on doing with Destiny. But maybe if you keep them around and you don't close them down, have them work on some games, related to PlayStation's past. Like, they do shooters, have them do Resistance, have them do Killzone, have them do SOCOM, have them do something, you know. But doing their own thing, look, man, they not like that anymore, and it's okay to admit that you just not like that no more. Yeah, exactly. We wanted PlayStation characters on Destruction All-Stars. They didn't do that, and the game died. You know, like, there are things that gamers want that would actually make other gamers want to buy it, and these companies and developers don't listen, and it's okay. It's okay that they don't listen. I'm not going to cry when they lose their job. It was their decision to fucking do what they did. They didn't listen. Oh well, nobody buys your game, and you get fired. Simple as that. If a movie does bad, you think we're getting another movie? Fuck no. That's not how that works. What time is it? It's 9. So I see some things that PC fans are attempting to do. I want you to be safe out there. So some of the specs came out for the Steam Deck. This is very important, by the way. So Steam Machine. The Steam Machine got some of the specs leaked, and they're talking about the CUs and how it's a lot and stuff like that. And I do understand that. But I also understand that it means absolutely nothing. Like, it means nothing that they have that, because all the other aspects of the Steam Machine are lacking. They're falling behind on the PS5. They're falling behind when it comes to PS5 Pro and PSSR 2.0. It's very lopsided. So I just wanted you guys to know that is what's going on. I'm going to go break down those specs for you real quick. We're going to analyze them and compare them. But there is some fuckery going on, and when it comes to the Steam Machine, it's not as powerful as the CUs. Now, we all know what happened last time, right? When Xbox fans did the same thing, and they thought the teraflops meant that their platform was going to be better than PS5, and we see how that turned out. It's not the best thing to do, to bank on one horse. Let's see where am I. Cool, I'll start a new chat. If they want me to start a new chat, because I got the screenshot. Can you analyze the specs for the Steam Deck from this benchmark? Sorry. Jesus. Fuck that up. I keep calling it a Steam Deck. It's a Steam Machine. I don't know why. Can you analyze these benchmark specs from the Steam Machine and run them against a PS5 Pro featuring PSSR 2.0 and tell me the shortcomings and the points of the Steam Machine that may outperform the PS5 in a real world scenario? And that is a PS5 Pro, not a base level PS5. And also factor in PSSR 2.0. Starfield also flopped. We know Starfield didn't make their money back.
The Geekbench leak for Valve Fremont gives us a clear look at the CPU performance of Valve's upcoming Steam Machine. The benchmark shows an AMD custom CPU 1772 with 6 cores and 12 threads clocked at a high 4.86 GHz, pushing a single-core score of 2,334 and a multi-core score of 7,316 running natively on SteamOS. Industry leaks indicate this setup pairs the Zen 4 CPU with a dedicated AMD RDNA 3 Navi 33 GPU, 8GB VRAM, running at a conservative 30W to 45W system target. When pitting this Steam machine against the PlayStation 5 Pro, especially when factoring in its custom hardware architecture and PSSR 2.0 PlayStation Spectral Super Resolution, there is a fascinating push and pull between raw processing power and dedicated machine learning hardware, where the Steam machine outperforms the PS5 Pro. 1. Raw CPU architecture and clock speeds. The biggest win for the Steam machine is found right in these CPU metrics. The Valve Fremont uses modern Zen 4 cores, pushing up to 4.86 GHz. By comparison, the PS5 Pro still utilizes an older Zen 2 architecture, and even in its high CPU frequency mode, it tops out at 3.85 GHz. Real-world impact. The Steam machine boasts nearly double the single-core performance of a standard Zen 2 console chip. In highly CPU-bound, real-world scenarios, such as tracking complex NPC AI, detailed physics engines, massive multiplayer player counts, or demanding simulation/strategy games, the Steam machine will maintain a significantly more stable frame rate. It mitigates the classic CPU bottleneck that prevents many console games from hitting a locked 60 FPS or higher. 2. Linux/Steam OS overhead efficiency. Because Valve controls the software stack with Steam OS, the system doesn't suffer from heavy Windows background processes. Combined with Valve's continued refinements to the Proton translation layer, API translation overhead, converting DirectX to Vulkan is incredibly streamlined, allowing the raw Zen 4 speed to translate directly into gaming performance. Shortcomings of the Steam machine versus the PS5 Pro. Despite the superior CPU, the Steam machine faces major technical bottlenecks when matched against a fully optimized PS5 Pro running PSSR 2.0. 1. The PSSR 2.0 visual advantage, the AI gap. The PS5 Pro features custom, built-in AI hardware architecture, designed specifically to run PSSR 2.0 neural network upscaling. The shortcoming, the Steam machine, relies on standard AMD FSR, Fidelity FX Super Resolution. Because the Steam machine's RDNA 3 GPU lacks dedicated, proprietary hardware tensor cores for machine learning upscaling, FSR must rely on spatial/temporal software algorithms. Real-world impact, PSSR 2.0, analyzes frames pixel by pixel with machine learning to resolve fine, complex details like character hair, dense foliage, and fine textures, with massive temporal stability, significantly minimizing the flickering or shimmering artifacts often seen in FSR. The PS5 Pro can reconstruct a lower base internal resolution, like 1080p or 1440p, into a remarkably crisp, pristine 4K image that looks identical to a native output, all while freeing up massive GPU headroom. The Steam machine has to work much harder, or use heavier FSR upscaling filters, to target a 4K display. 2. Memory bandwidth and GPU architecture constraints. The shortcoming leaks indicate the Steam machine targets an 8GB VRAM configuration paired with standard system RAM, typically 16GB. The PS5 Pro utilizes a massive unified pool of 16GB GDDR6 memory, alongside an additional 2GB of slower DDR5, reserved strictly to handle the operating system. Real-world impact. The PS5 Pro's massive, ultra-fast unified memory pool allows it to stream ultra-high-quality 4K texture packs seamlessly. When rendering dense, open-world environments at high resolutions, the Steam machine may hit a VRAM ceiling, forcing developers to lower texture qualities to avoid micro-stutters or asset pop-in. 3. Ray tracing infrastructure. The PS5 Pro integrates custom RDNA 4-based ray tracing advancements, boasting double to triple the ray intersection throughput of the standard console. Even though the Steam machine features a newer RDNA 3 architecture than the original PS5, it doesn't possess the specialized RT hardware blocks found in the Pro. In a real-world graphical showcase featuring heavy global illumination and ray-traced reflections, the Steam machine will take a massive performance hit compared to the Pro. Summary. Real-world comparison. Metric/scenario. Valve Fremont, Steam machine, PlayStation 5 Pro, with PSSR 2.0. CPU performance. Winner. Zen 4 at 4.86 GHz, handles intense physics, simulation logic, and high frame targets easily. Slower Zen 2 at 3.85 GHz can act as a bottleneck in CPU-heavy titles. Upscaling and clarity. Software-based FSR, prone to shimmering/artifacts on fine detail at lower internal resolutions. Winner. Hardware-driven PSSR 2.0 provides incredibly clean, stable AI reconstruction, up to 4K. Memory architecture. Split PC memory architecture. Potential 8GB VRAM limits for next-gen 4K assets. Winner. Unified 16 GB GDDR6 pool enables effortless high-end asset streaming. Ray tracing efficiency. Standard RDNA3 processing. Heavy performance cost when RT is enabled. Winner. Advanced RDNA4 ray tracing hardware elements handle heavy reflections smoothly. In short, the Steam Machine is a processing beast where raw calculations and frame rate stability in CPU-bound games are concerned. However, when it comes to raw 4K visual fidelity, ray tracing, and clean image reconstruction, the PS5 Pro's dedicated machine learning hardware and superior graphics pipeline hold a distinct advantage.
So there we have it. Yes, they have a good CPU, but that's pretty much about it. And if you have a PC, you're going to want that if you're doing multiple things. Although they said they won't be doing multiple things because it doesn't have Windows. So we'll see how that works. But yeah, it's going to be a fun ride because the new Steam Machine is probably going to be over $1,000, depending on which version you get. There's probably going to be one with a lot of what is it? A lot of RAM, or is RAM or memory? Oh, one with a lot of memory and one with lower memory. I think the price that I was seeing was $950, but that's just what I'm seeing. But it's kind of weird because the Steam Deck is like, again, $950. Now, you have to factor in the Steam Machine is not coming with a controller. The PS5, you get that for $900. PS5 Pro, you get that for $900, and you're getting a high next generation technology controller. Or if the Steam Machine, you're paying, let's say, $950, and then the controller is $100. So like, you're already paying more for the Steam Machine that is weaker than the PS5 Pro in real world scenarios. We're not talking about what ifs. Remember, we all did this. We played this game before where everybody was like, oh, the Xbox is better because it has more, what was it, teraflops? And we found out that the Xbox flopped, but it did not matter if it had a lot of teraflops because the games in real world scenarios, PlayStation ran them way better, bro. So I hope that Digital Foundry is proud enough to talk about the Steam Machine versus PS5 Pro. I would love them to do a comparison, but they're going to probably only compare it to a PS5, which is bullshit, but they should really compare it to a PS5 Pro, which most content creators and tech heads will do. Actually, we're gonna get back. We're gonna get on Echoes of. By the way, this demo is awesome. This demo is awesome. I played the fuck out of this demo. I played it this morning. I played it last night. I played it in my sleep. I played it while I was awake. This demo is fucking amazing. And again, as you already know, this is running on Unreal Engine 5. And, you know, Unreal Engine 5, one of my favorite engines. We're going to learn a little bit more about Unreal Engine 6 today. We got about 6 more minutes until the stream starts. But this is Unreal Engine 5. This game looks exactly like the anime. It is jarring. But, again, even though it's supposed to be like a fully cel shade experience, you're looking at the leather textures. You're seeing textures there. You're seeing textures on the wool and all of that stuff on his shirts, and it's completely different types of textures. I was trying to zoom in here, and you can see, hopefully you can see, I can see it, so hopefully you guys can see it. But yeah, man, it's a great game. Yeah. Oh, this is better. This was a much better one where you can see the little ridges on the leather for his armor and the stitching on his clothing. Like this is the type of stuff that you want to see. I took a lot of images. Now this is when I was outside. Obviously the lighting is really good because you can clearly see much better now. But the lighting and the shadows are really good. But you know what was awesome is, you know, you can see the wheat. Look at his arm, the left of his arm. The wheat field that I'm in, you can see a shadow of the wheat on his arm from me standing in a wheat field. Like, these are the type of attention to details you want to see. Unreal Engine 5 is still one of my favorite engines. People bitch about it because most people on PC can't run it because they have shitty ass PC rigs. But you know, if you're playing this game on PS5 Pro, hold on. Got a little ray tracing reflections going on here in the lake. So I wanted to capture that too. That was pretty dope. Yeah, so Truity had told me about this. I did not know that when you come back in the game, you actually are waking right up. This happens every time you come back to the video game. You wake back up, and just like in the anime, you wake up out of the bed and you log in and you put on your armor and you get started. And it's pretty fucking dope when you think about it. It's really, really fucking cool. Obviously, I've been sporting a sword and shield, but I've been using this axe. Not this hammer right here. But I have a green axe right there that you see. It's kind of greenish. I've been using that one. It's maxed out at 4 plus 4 over 4. And I've been doing about 95 damage. And then I've also used this heavy hammer right here. And then that's just really knocks them down. I cut his fucking head completely off with the hammer. And then, yeah, I've been one-shotting a lot of enemies. Now, the demo allows you to level up and max out at 15. When you get the game, you'll be going much higher than level 15. But you can enhance these weapons in the demo. Everything you do in the demo will be transferred over. So that's the cool thing. I messed around with the water a little bit. The water looks amazing. Again, Unreal Engine 5 does great. I don't have a problem with it. I can't wait to see what's going on with Unreal Engine 6 today. But I've never really had any problems with it. I did look at the frame rate finally today on the frame rate tracker. It was all over the place, but it is a demo. Maybe I'll take that into account. But it didn't bother me. Like it wasn't dropping so fucking low that it would like fuck with me. But I can understand that on a lower end PC it's probably gonna fuck with you. But again, look at these ripples right here. Me just fucking around in the water. You go too deep, you will drown. You can't swim. Actually, my character, he went into the water. My assistant character. You see how he flips into the water? He actually drowned right there. Yeah, he drowned. He popped back up out of the bushes somewhere. There you go. But yeah, the game is fucking great. The game is fucking great. Unreal Engine 6 brings this game to life. We haven't really gotten a really triple A next gen game like this, and this one was the first one, and looks amazing. Again, you got my favorite fucking colors. You start out with my favorite colors, black, white, and red, and you know, it's just outside of that and them doing good in food and just everything else other than that, the combat is really good. It's very addicting. Yeah, sometimes you feel overpowered, but you know, you got to make sure you're spending those skill points right. I think I'm sitting at level 7 right now. But yeah, definitely take a chance at it. If you want to pick the game up, it's really up to you. But the demo is available. You max out at 15 and you can play the fuck out of it for real. Like I think I'm like 8 hours in. So let me make sure I'm saving this to my playlist correctly. So we're about to go check this out. But yeah, I have a special timestamp situation for mine because I know I played for 4 hours. So when it came to the gameplay, I make sure I did split it up from the first dungeon to when I went to the town to when I went out into the field. So there are 3 different timestamps. So if you wanted to see those 3 different areas, those timestamps are available for the Echoes of Incrad JTV Gaming session, which is a session I do directly from the PS5, so it doesn't hinder my experience. And again, we have timestamps on my very special Sunday show. It was a Sunday show, but it was something I kind of did solo because it was a lot of news that we had to cover this past Sunday with all the bad news and stuff like that, and how PlayStation is lined up to dominate. It doesn't look like Sony will be releasing a fireside chat this year because it's just so much fucking good news. So we're gonna go cover this. It's just a lot of stuff conflicting with the Activision. Sorry, with the what is Rockstar Games and Take-Two beginning of the marketing for Grand Theft Auto 6 and just a whole bunch of other things. So okay, what the fuck is it? Didn't I just see? Not mine. Didn't I just see? There. I'm about to say. Let's get it started. Oh, let's go turn the Elgato on too. Elgato's on? Great. Oh man, I can't wait. I can't wait. This is one of our last showcases. This one kind of spread off into the later part of June. But it's gonna be dope. Something might be off with the Elgato. Let me make sure I sync it up right. Dude, they going big. They got stage and everything. They going big. Go big or go home. Go home or go big.
Ready? Let's go. Thank you so much for joining us here in Chicago, and thanks to everyone watching on the live stream. Once again, we're joined by luminaries from AAA game studios, indie teams, Fortnite creators, and filmmakers who are all shaping the future of entertainment. And we've got innovators from robotics, architecture, automotive, and so many more industries who are taking the power of Unreal to new frontiers. There are over 100 sessions and hands-on labs to choose from. So if you don't have the event app yet, take a quick snap of this QR code, download it, and build your plan for the next 2 days. Be sure to check out all the demos and games on the expo floor. Swing by the Learning Theater along with the Dev Lounge, where you can get some technical help from our team. We're here to celebrate your success and give you a glimpse of where we're headed in the future. We have a lot of great stuff to show. Just a heads up, we're not doing a live tech demo on stage this year. The team's been really hard at work, making an awesome new engine release and building the foundation of Unreal Engine.
Fucking new engine! Talking about that Unreal Engine 6!
Before we get into what's new, we want to give a shout out to a few groundbreaking projects.
So happy that most PC fans can't run that engine.
Before Unreal Fest,
Force them to
released Claire Obscure Expedition 33, which, give it up, which became the breakout hit of 2025. And now, a year later, the game has received over 500 awards, the most awarded game in history.
Oh, wow.
Congratulations to the team for all of your achievements. And
Wait up, they got more awards than fucking Grand Theft? And Uncharted? And Last of Us?
Arc Raiders.
Damn.
It's another huge success story. From October to February, the Extraction shooter sold more than 14 million copies. And Bark built the game's massive open world, leveraging UE5 and Epic Online Services voice chat capabilities to give millions of players an awesome social experience at a peak scale of 960,000 concurrent users.
Wow.
K-pop Demon Hunters was the most watched movie in Netflix history.
That's Sony. They partnered up with Sony for that movie.
A landmark moment for the animation industry. Sony Pictures Animation and ImageWorks transformed their pipeline by moving to real-time previs and layout, using Unreal Engine to cut production time by an estimated 25%. That's months of work saved. And because the team used real-time ready assets in production, we were able to pull off a Fortnite collab in record time. This was a full ecosystem moment that kicked off with a Demon Rush limited time mode, and it continued across Blitz, Reload, and Zero Build with cosmetics in the item shop.
Yeah, and they looked very accurate. Now I know why they look so accurate. I didn't know they were.
2 months.
So Sony really is locked in with Unreal Engine and Epic, so it's really good that they have a relationship.
Leader in enterprise analytics.
Again, they could be the premier console for Unreal Engine 6 today. They did not show a premier platform. That shows off the. I'm excited, bro, because if they go for 2, that's big news for Sony.
Operational decisions in simulation before a single machine moves, a single worker is put at risk, or a single dollar is spent on the wrong configuration. All of this games, animation, and enterprise solutions built on Unreal Engine 5. Now, we revealed UE5 6 years ago. Since then, release by release, we've shipped many
PlayStation 5. This is when they showed it off for PlayStation 5.
running at 60 frames per second.
Let's turn it up.
We've also been working to unlock real workflow improvements so you can create faster.
That was the Matrix demo that I have. I still have that.
Minimized manual LOD pipelines. Lumen nearly eliminated light baking.
Nice.
MetaHuman reduced the time to make great-looking characters from months to days to even minutes.
Exactly.
Sequencer and Control Rig made it possible to animate really complex character performances in Engine without leaving the editor. World Partition made streaming massive open worlds possible without leaning on.
This was the Matrix tech demo they released to the PlayStation community as well as Xbox. I still have it.
It's inspiring to see what you've done. To share what's in our latest release,
Uh-oh.
please welcome.
Uh-oh.
Me,
I'm
Simon
getting heat.
Toronjo.
Thanks, Bill. Good morning. It's great to be back to share the latest on Unreal Engine. Over the last few releases, the feedback we've heard most from studios is make it fast, make it stable. So we've been focused on exactly that, performance. Take 5.7. We improved performance and up to 35% on the CPU, giving you smoother frame rates. Today, we're releasing Unreal Engine 5.8, which is all about building on that momentum. Give you more headroom, fewer hitches, and less friction between an idea and what you can actually ship. A big part of 5.8 is maturity. Systems that were experimental or beta in previous releases are now crossing the line into production readiness. The headliner is megalights. Thousands of dynamic shadow casting lights and area lights in a scene at a fixed cost. What used to be a performance lift becomes a creative tool. Artists can light with fewer compromises and teams can spend less time budgeting every dynamic light.
Well, let's turn off the chat. I forgot about their chat.
LiveLink Hub, Movie Render Graph, Chaos Cloud authoring through data flow, Audio Insights, and Iris are production ready too.
Nice.
We also made it simpler to scale to the different platforms. Lumen, our dynamic global illumination system.
How late am I? How much did I miss?
Called Lumen
not that much. 8 minutes late.
Much of the visual impact at a significantly lower GPU cost. That makes Lumen
They're talking about
viable
Unreal
where
Engine 5.8.
including on Switch 2. And that work is already helping drive further nanite optimization efforts.
Yeah, I can see.
Now, let's
What
talk
they're
about
talking
something
about how
every
it
developer
relates,
in this room has felt.
because it's a new update. So a lot of our games are going to be
The
updating.
hitch, the frame spike, the long shader compile.
Hold on, you're
Moments
turned
your
down.
game
I don't know
pauses
why.
and you wonder
Let's just try and
where all
find
that
you
time
out.
went.
Maybe it's me.
A huge
Hello?
part of that problem is shaders.
No, I
So
turned
we've
you up.
sharpened the
No, it's
compiler
good.
Testing.
and improved deduplication to strip
No,
out
you're
the
good.
double.
I turned you up.
Less to compile.
Did
less
you
to
turn
load,
Xbox up?
less getting in your way.
No.
Oh, okay.
In Fortnite, that work combined with content changes contributed to a 68% reduction in shader count. Faster cooks, faster loads, lighter memory. Jason and John's talk tomorrow goes deep on how they got there. But shaders are only half the story. The other half is pipeline state objects, or PSOs. A PSO is the bundle the GPU needs to draw an effect. Shaders, blend modes, render state, all of it. Miss one at runtime, and the driver has to assemble and compile it on the spot. That's your hitch. And those are the bugs that are notoriously hard to hunt. Luckily, we have just the guy to do it. So in 5.8, we've improved PSO pre-caching. Fallback rendering is far less visible while PSOs are still compiling. And the whole system is easier to tune, debug, and profile.
Good.
These are not flashy changes, but if you've been chasing itches, you'll feel the difference the first time you boot. And we're not done. We're working with Microsoft and hardware partners on advanced shader delivery, a DirectX 12 initiative that allows us to ship pre-compiled shaders to players, moving more shader work out of the player's runtime experience. The rollout is ramping, and we'll let you know more about this soon. Now, here's a brand new experimental feature we're shipping in 5.8, mesh terrain. We wanted to move beyond the limits of height map-based landscapes where every point can
Here we
only
go.
move in one direction, and the fixed grid means you can't adjust the resolution to add detail or optimize areas. Mesh terrain is a new way to alter complex terrain
That shit look nice.
without being locked to a height field. And it's more than just a mesh. It's partitioned for collaborative workflows, supports world partition streaming.
That looks
designed to scale
great.
across platforms using the same source assets while tuning the runtime representation for each platform.
That looks really good.
When available. With mesh terrain, you have full 3D manipulation capabilities. Overhangs, tunnels, floating islands, shapes you simply couldn't build before.
Nice.
Because it's mesh-based, you can also control tessellation at the triangle level. That means adding detail exactly where it matters, while saving memory and performance where it doesn't. As you'd expect, you can
Damn,
paint
that shit does
material
look good.
layers, but also additional attributes, and it supports virtual
I like this,
texture
man. Help the
that's a key
developers
feature.
get these games out quicker, man. You know what
Mesh
I'm saying?
terrain uses non-destructive modifiers and procedural
This is
tooling,
fucking
so
dope.
iteration becomes
Wow, look, you got a volcano in there. That's
Everything can be
dope.
layered, reordered, combined, and adjusted at any point in time.
Get it done.
So you can literally move mountains.
Get it done.
It also works natively with PCG and comes with an expanded modeling toolset.
That's why I'm happy that
Best of all,
Witcher 4
our
is using.
ongoing
Oh,
format
Fort
optimization
Kype.
efforts, Mesh terrain has a smaller memory footprint and runs faster than landscape.
Fortnite,
Higher
the
quality,
legacy.
lighter costs, more creative and technical freedom. That's mesh terrain.
I remember Fortnite.
Another big focus of 5.8
That's how
is
it
helping
used
you
to
go
look.
faster from idea to result. Performance capture has matured to scale from one operator at a desk to a full mocap stage with control over every recording device on set, including video. And we're taking that further. Earlier this year, Meshcapade joined Epic, bringing world-leading technology for markerless motion
Bro,
capture
these
from video.
niggas are geniuses.
They
bro. I
are
ain't gonna lie.
doing it, bro. They doing it.
The ecosystem, and today we are releasing the MetaHuman Animator markerless motion capture.
The MetaHuman Animator. Shit, look how fucking good that looks.
Face and hands from regular video.
That's
No
awesome.
markers, video in,
That
animation
is
out.
fucking amazing.
For animators pursuing feature quality work, this is our most significant animation release yet. We've made high-end animation.
Do you
workflows
think that
more
they
interactive,
helped
more intuitive,
Nintendo
and
with
more
the
connected
Zelda
in a
game?
creative
That would be
process.
funny. If
From sculpting
the
directly
new
on stylized
Ocarina of
grids,
Time was made with Unreal.
controls that live on the character itself, to
Probably.
simplified timeline that keeps you focused on the performance.
It's not
These are
like
the
it's not
same
like it's
tools
not
our
like their
animation
engine
team
is
uses every day, and now they're available to everyone, and we're releasing the sample with 5.8. On the cinematic side, offline depth of field gets a major upgrade. We now render the blur the way a real
this
camera
Halo?
makes it, by sampling the scene from multiple points.
I think this is Halo.
So you get physically accurate defocus.
It might not be.
Even on translucency.
No, it's
and
not.
thin geometry.
It's not? Okay, I thought it was Halo.
For productions
Thought it was
working
Halo
on
8.
with ultra-high resolution media, the new tiled MIPMAP video format gives you compressed video that holds up at scale. It only decodes the tiles and MIP level your viewport actually needs, so you don't pay to process pixels no one is looking at. So that's the flyby. If any of this caught your ear, you can find deep dive sessions in the Unreal Fest app. And if 5.8 is about reducing friction across the engine, there's one more place we're starting to do that, how people interact with the editor itself. But tell you more, here's Michael. Thank you.
Congratulations. Looking good. Looking good. Yeah, they doing good stuff, man. This is good for us.
Now, at times, making games can be hard, expensive, and slow, where the gap between what you can imagine and what you can make is held back by technical overhead. I don't know about you, but spending hours in a node graph trying to untangle and understand what's going on just to change one thing is not my idea of creativity. There has to be a better way to do this. So that's what we've been working on. Tools that enable you to build faster and iterate more. Now, Unreal has been built on a simple idea: your source, your pipeline, your workflow. Give developers complete control over the tools and get out of the way. That philosophy hasn't changed. We're just applying it to large language models. Now, in 5.8, we've implemented an MCP server that acts as a bridge between Unreal and any model that you want. For this presentation, we're going to be using Claude Code, but you can use Gemini, your own custom model, whatever you want. Enabling the Unreal MCP is as simple as turning on the plugin, doing a bit of config, and connecting to the model of your choice. And everything you're about to see today runs on that setup. Now, these are still early days, and models will still do some really unpredictable things. However, with this approach, we maintain the ability to go in and edit as you would any Unreal scene. Okay, let's see this in action. On the left, we have Unreal Engine. On the right is a terminal running Claude Code. You can see every message going back and forth. Claude Code is talking to Unreal through the MCP server, reading the scene, and taking actions directly inside the engine. So let's start with something small, a modern living room. We start by giving the model some context, what we want to build, and whereabouts in the level. And to make sure everyone can follow along, we're showing a summarized version of each prompt as we go. But if you want the full details, you can still see that in the terminal window. We're going to speed things up from here for presentation purposes, but everything you're seeing is real work happening inside the engine. So we can ask for the basics: a sofa, a rug, and a coffee table. Then fill it in with chairs, a lamp, and a side table. Semantic search, which is part of the 5.8 release, pulls assets from your library that fit that description. And because this is Unreal, we can also manually add a chair, describe it as a reading nook, and the model will furnish the room accordingly. Every step here is a creative decision that you're making. Models are good at broad iterations. You're good at knowing exactly what you want. Those same principles work whether you're furnishing a room or whether you want to scale up and build an entire city. So let's take that same approach and build a city. You start by drawing the boundary. From there, you can decide where the districts go and what characteristics each one has. Highways cut through on your direction, and from those, the road network starts to fill in. Buildings come up. The model here is using semantic search to find the right assets from your library and place them in the level. Ask for a forest around the edge, and it can fill that in. At every step, you're making the calls. What do you end up with? It's not a rendered image. It's real geometry, real procedural content generation graphs that you can open, edit, and modify. And this works for a whole team too. Other developers can work on their own sessions, building assets and dropping them straight into the city. The road network adjusts, the blocks update, and the city absorbs it. Different people, different sessions, and it all works together. So how does all of this actually work? With the MCP server as the bridge between Unreal and your model, it gives your model the ability to read your scene, understand your assets, and make changes directly in the engine. And because it's open, you're not locked into any particular model or workflow. Now, while large language models are great at language and reasoning, they don't naturally think spatially. Unreal does. To help connect the two, we're giving you over 80 foundational procedural content generation building blocks, a library of examples, and skills that encode specific Unreal workflows. Now, this is experimental, and it's going to keep getting better. This is where you come in. Tell us what's working, tell us what's not. That's how we're going to make this better. Now that the city is built, we want to light it. Getting lighting right on Unreal.
This is what we're talking about, Truity.
Dozens of parameters that all need to work together.
This is what we're talking about. They need to be able to make games quicker and pump them out. I don't know if they're gonna give us a new demo today,
By
but I would
creating a
hope they give
dedicated
us
lighting
one,
skill,
like the Matrix one. I
just
would love to
describe
play
what
that
you
shit.
want, and the model orchestrates that all for you. Ask for a purple dusk. And there it is. Under
This
the
looks
hood, it's
amazing.
adjusting all those settings at once. Then we can ask for overcast skies. And this is a good example of where the model gets things wrong. It misread the sky and tweaked the cloud material the wrong way. But you can see exactly
Bro,
what
what the
happened,
fuck?
correct it in the
Yeah, I
next
know.
prompt, and you're right back to where you want to be.
So where we at?
Because models also have real-world knowledge, you can just say, Bogota at 9:30 in the morning. And it will go and figure out the sun position, direction, temperature, and atmosphere that actually matches that.
I just want to give you guys an update. Gabe Newell, that owns Valve, he brought a $70.8 million Florida mansion. Remember, True Witty, we talked about people leaving California to get away from the tax. It looks like Gabe just did that too. He brought a $70 million mansion.
The city adjusts around.
Almost a $71 million
Come to Florida,
mansion.
man. Stop coming to Florida. We're full, nigga.
Not full enough.
And it does that.
We're not full enough.
But then you can go in and modify any individual asset, making it exactly the way that you want it. This isn't a generated image that you're stuck with. It's
All
a
these
real
liberals
scene in
keep coming to
Unreal,
Florida, bro.
and you
Stop it.
control every part of it.
We're full.
Now, let's look at one intersection. We wanted to add a hazard zone, flashing lamps, steam, and a sense of danger as the player gets close. That normally means days of back and forth across multiple disciplines. So here's what we did instead. The warning lamp already has a material. But let's say you want to add something to it. You ask the model to read the existing graph, build the new logic, and insert it right where it needs to go. You can then jump into the material instance editor and tweak the final values by hand. Then you take a Niagara template and extend it, adding a single parameter that drives multiple emitters at once, giving you control over the whole effect in one place. You build out the HUD through prompting in UMG, status display, danger meter, warning states.
Wait, isn't this the Unreal
The
Engine?
blueprint
Is
logic
this the
ties it all
Matrix shit?
together. A proximity trigger connected to the material, the Niagara system, and
No, they making a new. Yeah, this is the Matrix shit, but I think it might be a new one. I think they're using the Matrix shit to show off the new stuff. It looks way better now. It's more brighter, more colors.
rising.
Matrix was very dull. Even when I turned the colors up, it was very dull.
Is erupting.
Oh, this looks bro. Please tell me they releasing this to the public. I'll play the fuck out of this shit.
But with the MCP server and Unreal,
This looks
we're able
great.
to make all of this in days. When you lower the technical friction, you can iterate.
They said you can make all of this in days, bro.
That's what we've built.
That's what we
It's
talking
really
about.
just a starting point. Bring your
That's
own primitives, your own
amazing.
examples, your own skills built around your pipelines. The more your team puts in over time, the more useful it gets for everyone on the project. We're shipping the MCP server, the PCG primitive plugin, and the skills we've developed as part of 5.8 today.
Nice.
It's open, and it's yours to extend. Go download it, point your model at it, and see what you can do. If you want to go deeper, we've got 2 chances to catch our Tech Talk here at Fest. Come find us. Now I'm going to hand it over to Pat to talk about how some of what I've shown you impacts linear content creation in the engine.
Nice, nice. That was fucking dope. Again, anything to cut down on development time. Which would cut down on development budget.
Hi everyone, my name is Pat Tubach. I've got a background in film and television. For media and entertainment, the MCP plugin that Michael just showed you opens up a wide range of new connections to LLMs, but also to image and video models like Nano Banana, GPT Image, Grok Imagine, Luma, Seedance, and many more. Michael was telling you about tools in the present, and I'm going to cover tools for creating linear content that are releasing early next year that give you control over these models. The standard approach to using an image model is to start by crafting a text prompt. In this case, I wrote a novel describing a fictional scene in Epic Motors, a 1950s gas station. But in professional situations where you have to hit story points, match exact continuity, and deliver what your creative director wants, you would typically communicate visually through sketches and pre-grids. Unreal is great for that. So, to get started in Unreal, I scouted the derelict corridor scene from Quixel that's available on Fab, which I quickly customized to look like the gas station layout I needed. I worked in detail lighting mode since I was just using this for blocking to this stage. I dropped in some of the appropriate assets from that map: shelving, a propane tank, a cabinet, and also made proxy shapes for the assets that I didn't have: a long counter, more shelving, a cabinet,
Oh my
and an
fucking
insert.
god.
Then I backed up and
Jason Schreier just dropped a new YouTube video. It's titled "How Things Got So Bad at Xbox." I'm gonna love that one.
The visual reference of my scene. To do that, I used the model to combine a depth pass plus the prompt novel I'd written before.
Yeah, he knows
The
some
depth
shit, Jay.
conditions the models to understand.
I
the
can't
layout
wait
of
to
the
watch
frame.
it.
Here's how that works using our new tools in Unreal. I asked Claude Code, connected by our MCP plugin, to use Unreal's movie render graph to create a 4K image, plus all the rest. Asking for an Unreal render to create the image was a signal to Claude Code that I wanted to give my model my depth pass, but use the creative look described in my prompt. I then fired off that request. And while it was being generated, I inspected the graph that it made for the task. Image models are hungry for helpful data and conditioning, and so I prepared a process that pulls valuable visual data from the Unreal scene and passes it to the image model, in this case, Google's Nano Banana Pro. Now, let's take a look at this image more closely. You can see that it did a great job matching the visual detail I asked for, but most importantly, it didn't place things randomly. It matched the composition of my Unreal viewport exactly. From there, I could start to iterate. For example, I wanted another tire on the floor, but I didn't have that particular asset because it was an image model creation. Using the new image segmentation tools in the editor to mask the tire, I selected both the mask and the image, and with a predefined workflow, asked Claude Code to extract it, repair it, and mesh it using Trippo 3.1. And then I double-checked that graph, and I supervised the work. Now, of course, this is not a real-time process, so after several minutes, I got my textured tire mesh. I saved it to the content browser, where I then pulled in the tire and positioned it in 3D space. And finally, I asked Claude Code to add the tire to the image. Let's take a look at that result. So if we compare my UE passes with the tire in it, you can see that it put the new tire where I asked it to, and it made it look like a variation of the generated tire, not an exact duplicate. All right, now let's add something totally new to the scene by going back to the viewport.
Hey, you already know me, Truity. I'm loving the realism, bro.
Junkyard car parts.
I can't wait. I can't wait till they bring this shit out. I hope these developers make good shit.
1950s look modeled into it.
This is something that I love.
Model's imagination. I asked Claude Code.
That's why I'm always looking at food and shit. Because I'm hoping that these developers get on the level of others.
Processing step in Nano Banana, that was done.
If Unreal can help some of these devs, I'm good with it.
I was ready to go back to our new Unreal tools to generate a video of our scene. And here's my shot camera move again. If you recall, this is the move that I created at the beginning. Over on the right, I ran a sequence render node that represents the depth over the entire range. I'm going to use the same depth restyling process with the video that I did on the still image. I supply the style frame I just generated to the video model as a first frame reference, and you can see that I added a cat, just hoping for a bit of life. And then I set my video generation node to use Dance 2.0, set the resolution, added audio, and then I was off. Once that process had run for several minutes, I had a video that looked like this.
Generator.
So
also, it's Unreal Engine with AI.
But nobody controls a cat.
Nice.
All right, let's leave the garage and the cat.
It's Unreal Engine with AI.
Yeah.
Different workflow.
It looked like it was
it
said video was generating. Yeah.
And your viewport side by side. What you're seeing here in this video is the UE viewport on the left that was streaming to a local Flux Klein image on the right.
Yeah, hold on.
The local model result isn't
damn, this is not
this is
not right, bro. They're giving you AI to create shit with in Unreal Engine, nigga. At this point, I'm looking at these niggas. How you taking so long, nigga? When you got this shit.
What's going on, Lucci?
And then I tried something more extreme, like being underwater at the bottom of a murky pond.
Yeah, that's what they're doing. It looks like that's what they're doing. Yeah. You just
interactive
type that
and
shit
using
in, and
AI.
that's what it. You
to
type it in, and then it does what it does.
Not only that, but you can try more illustrated looks like a charcoal drawing or even a watercolor painting. As models get more capable and hardware improves, it's not hard to project this workflow forward to a time when diffusion's real-time and temporally consistent. Okay, let's look at some other examples of Unreal Engine scenes restyled by artists in the engine using a variety of sources.
Beautiful.
Some of which are premium environment packs from our friends at Kitbash 3D, and some of which are our own internal assets, including the city sample.
It's still gonna be a lot of slop out there, but at least the slop might look better, and by default play better. You know what I'm saying?
These new UE tools are a force multiplier.
This looks wow! Look at that Roman Coliseum. That's dope.
Alongside the real-time animation, modeling, texturing, and virtual production tools that you've come to count on in Unreal Engine. So this is where we're
amazing.
The MCP server that's enabling all this is
I
experimental.
think you know that some of the slop is coming from PC slop.
Yeah,
You know these niggas are gonna make some fucking stupid shit.
We're on this journey together, and we're aware that for these models to be truly useful, we need to focus on not just lowering technical complexity, but also giving you full creative control over what you're making. Thank you.
Nice.
What's up?
We waiting on that. The Epic Store. What you gonna do? Because they said fuck Steam. They still fighting Steam.
See more, even great features, workflow improvements that are all going to help you make awesome games and content. So let's talk about distribution. 2025 was a year of growth for the Epic Games.
No, you're
Store.
good, man. When you're ready, just let me know.
2026.
Sure, Woody.
In our year in review,
I
we
can't
reported
hear my
that
foot.
December monthly active users reached 78 million, an all-time record for the Epic Games Store.
Nice.
And players spent $1.16 billion in the store across third-party and first-party titles.
Nice.
That's up 6% year over year. If you just look at third-party titles, player spending hit $400 million. That's up 57% year over year.
Good job.
We now have over 6,000 games in the catalog from over 3,000 partners. We offer multiple ways.
Yo, these niggas are smart. These niggas are nicer than Steam, bro. What the heck?
They are, but you know the PC fans are toxic. They like what they like.
$1 million of net revenue per product
Nigga,
per year.
Nigga, what? The first $1 million is yours, nigga? What the? Yo, these niggas are crazy.
Well,
Epic First Run.
Hold on.
Which gives developers the opportunity to keep 100% of net revenue for the first 6 months before launching on other stores. And we also have Launch Everywhere with Epic, which gives UE developers a reduced engine royalty rate of 3.5%, down from 5%
they're much better
when they sim ship their title.
Go down the line.
because see, that's the thing. Steam doesn't have a fucking engine.
Rewards, granting
That's true.
5% back to players.
They're not helping the developer. They're just taking.
They're processed by Epic. Now, last year we had a 20%.
They taking 30% of your fucking game, bro.
Seeing players continue to
And
spend
Epic is
high
giving
levels
you,
using the rewards
man, fuck out of here. PC fans are weird.
In
PC
fact,
fans are
the
so
first
weird.
4 months of the year on third-party games is up over 40% year over year. So beyond these great incentive programs, we're really working to connect the Epic Games Store more closely with the Fortnite ecosystem. And that'll give developers access to an even larger player base. Take our collab with HoYoverse as an example.
Damn.
When players purchased eligible items in Honkai Star Rail on the Epic Games Store, they were granted a Stellaron Hunter Blade outfit that could be used across the entire Fortnite ecosystem, in Battle Royale or in thousands of UEFN games.
Bro, they're helping these. They're helping these niggas, and they're not even a part of the company.
Then they went on to spend on the game in the Epic Games Store, and their spend unlocked a new outfit that they brought back into Fortnite. It's a virtuous circle for both developers and players. We've got over 30 million, sorry, not 30 million, that would be a lot. 30 similar collabs planned for 2026, with more coming in 2027. So we're delivering great incentives for both developers and for players, but we need to make the store experience better. And over the last several months, the team's been hard at work rebuilding the launcher. Our goal here is to dramatically improve performance with reduced cold start times and much faster browsing. We've also been re-architecting the back end of the store, which is going to allow us to ship new player-facing features faster and more frequently. We'll be improving search and discovery, adding a lot of long-awaited community features, and doubling down on delivering an overall better player experience. We are committed to growing the Epic Games Store, and we're not relenting in our mission to give developers access to a high-value global player base.
Oh, here we go.
Most favorable terms in the industry. You can learn more about our plans for the Epic Games Store in this session tomorrow. And now that we've covered a bit of what's happening in our ecosystem, let's hear from some of the teams putting it all to work. First, 20 years after Emergence Day, the Coalition is finally telling the story they've always wanted to tell. Darker, more alive, and running at 60 frames per second with hundreds of shadow casting lights. Then, Riot Games is doing something most studios would never attempt. Rebuilding a live PC and mobile game with 300 million players on a new engine, all while keeping the live service running. And finally, the small team at Neon Giant set out to build the
Coalition.
Most lived-in city.
Go see if you take a financial flop.
Every frame tells a story.
On a financial clop.
Every choice you make becomes a part of that story.
Why you so mean, man? Let them have one, bro.
Very
Like,
different worlds.
Fuck those niggas.
One engine. Up first, please welcome
You say
Tate
that.
Rayner from the Coalition.
Who is this lady and why she got so much leather on?
Hi everyone.
I have no idea.
Rayner.
I think she works for Microsoft or
Gears of
Coalition.
War will celebrate its 20th anniversary this year.
But she sounds
Unreal
weird.
Engine has
No
been the
offense to her.
foundation
I
of
think
every
we
game
know why.
Since the series first debuted in 2006. For Gears of War E-Day, we made the decision to invest in Unreal Engine 5 and start with a blank hard drive and rebuild everything from scratch to achieve the believability of a world in chaos. Emergence Day is the darkest day in our universe, the day the monstrous locust horde emerged from the ground to lay waste to humanity. And to truly feel the emotional impact of that loss, we needed to return to a dark and gritty visual style. Light and shadow do more than just
Are they
set a
showing the
tone.
trailer again? Oh
And
no.
with Unreal Engine 5,
They're showing off the
we
details
pushed
of what
our
Unreal
signature
Engine does.
style to the
That's
next
all.
level. So let's show you a taste of what we've built. Welcome to the Pay and Save Superstore in downtown Kelowna.
Oh yeah, that's the superstar with food.
A space like this with
Best
limited
fucking game in the
PC
world right there.
shoutcasters in view.
Can't wait for it to
With
come on
megalights,
PlayStation.
we
And it
now
will be
have
soon.
hundreds
Goobity goop.
of light sources, all
Yo,
cast-
Oh yeah, baby. It's gonna look amazing on PSSR 2.0. Can't wait.
Leave these niggas alone, Jay. God
PS5 Pro gonna be the best place to run this on consoles. Because it's a fucking fact.
Fully on the GPU. They each cast eerie and
Xbox fans gonna be talking about Gears
shadows
today.
with soft
It's not the
penumbra
best I've seen.
across the scene.
When are they not
Save
talking
is a
about
great
Gears?
example
I know,
of
right?
how we
The only
created
thing they've
environments
been
with
given,
geometry
so.
collection destructible assets like this tiled pillar.
Of course. Shoot it up, yep. But guess what? We've seen shit like this
These
before. I
dynamic
played.
objects cast and receive
Shoot the
light
fucking
directly
food! I want to see
to
you
the
shoot the food.
visual
Call you a
assets
food shooter.
Exactly the way you'd expect in the real world. Let's check out the freezer section.
Yeah, check it out.
All these freezers have multiple area lights inside them to simulate that realistic lighting effect of the frozen food section of your local grocery store.
Mm-hmm.
During
Okay.
combat, bullets create a dynamic shatter point in the glass. When it shatters, all the pieces collide with the environment using hardware ray trace collisions
Nice.
with physically accurate, translucent reflection. It's amazing to see how many light sources there are in here. There are hundreds of them, from the small lights on Marcus's armor to the large spotlights on the ceiling. There
And
is
they said
no
this
way
game
to
cost
ever
$400
create
million?
this effect or have this many ray trace
Yep.
area lights on current
Good luck
generation
making that money
platforms
back. Goobity goop.
without megalights.
Shoot the fucking watermelon. Fuck. Shoot some food.
A staple of the Gears franchise, E-holes are back in Gears of War E-Day. So let's open some up.
Let's open to what? Oh, it's the.
Without all the monsters in the way, you can see all the volumetrics and smoke lit perfectly. One of the things we're super excited about that was unthinkable in the past is having shadows on every single one of our muzzle flashes. This is a really great improvement that adds
I saw
to
him
the
shoot at the
dynamic
food, but the
combat of
food
Gears
didn't fucking
with a more
explode
believable firing
or take any
experience
damage.
that puts you right in the middle of the action like never before. Our game isn't limited to just a single space. We can explore the entire city of Kelowna with tens of thousands of shadow casting lights.
This is very
Delivering
ambitious
this
for them,
level of visual fidelity
but we
has
know how
not
easy it
been
is to do with Unreal Engine
We
5,
can
so that's a
iterate
good
so
thing.
much faster with
Why did it cost
hardware
$400 million though?
compared to the baked lighting we used in the past. With Megalights, our lighters
Developers
are
and
no
how
longer
long they took to
constrained by the
make it,
number of real-time shadow casters, giving them the
and how
freedom
long
to
they're
light
holding
our
on to
game
without actually
with the
putting
same
anything out
complexity
and still
as the
getting
real
paid.
world.
Interesting.
And we have 100 times the geometric detail in our assets due to nanites, micropolygon.
I know that Digital Foundry gonna be talking about this specifically.
Yep.
All of these systems work together to create a highly scalable engine that allows us to consistently deliver a visual showcase across Xbox and PC.
Xbox and
As
PC.
developers, many of us know there is a difference between a compelling demo and delivering a fully realized vision at 60 frames per second. The Coalition is pushing Unreal Engine 5 and the hardware it runs on to their limits to reimagine the Gears world at an unprecedented level of detail. We can't wait for you to see for yourselves when E-Day launches on October 6th. Thank you.
October 6th, 2 weeks after Wolverine. We got a confirmation that Spider-Man will be, Tom Holland Spider-Man will return in the next Spider-Man, which is the 5th movie, and it will be in the Mutant Saga. The Mutant Saga is related to X-Men, which makes sense because Spider-Man did visit the X-Men in the early days on the cartoon, so that's good.
Hi, I'm Gina, head of tech at Riot on Teamfight Tactics, or TFT as we like to call it. TFT is an auto battler that we originally built as a game mode on the same engine as League of Legends. We built it fast, about 18 weeks.
Please tell me Unreal make this shit look better than the fucking N64 game, because goddamn, bro. This is the game they be playing the most.
300 million players across the ecosystem, which is kind of wild to say out loud. We've just announced that TFT is moving to Unreal Engine with our next set, Enchanted Wilds. Rebuilding a live game on a new engine while it's still running is not something most games choose to do. It's years of work across engineering, art, design, and production, and that gets even harder when your game is still shipping new sets, events, everything to players on a regular cadence. But that's what we decided to do. I joined Riot to work on TFT, and about 6 weeks in, we made the call to move the game to Unreal. And pretty quickly, we realized this wasn't just about moving engines. It was about what became possible. Building on shared technology, reusing more of what we create, spending less time rebuilding foundations, and more time building TFT. One example is the gameplay ability system. It gives us a more structured and flexible way to build gameplay as the game grows. And for a game like TFT, where every set brings new mechanics, content, and ways to play, that kind of common foundation matters a lot. It gives us shared building blocks, abilities, attributes, and effects that can be reused across very different parts of the game. And that lets us move faster over time. With Unreal, we had to rethink how the game was built. Architecture, networking, gameplay, even the way the game data is structured had to change. And early versions of the game in Unreal just didn't feel right. Performance was rough. We had builds running at around 12 frames per second in an 8-player game, which I'm sure all of you can imagine was not exactly the target. So, the first goal for us wasn't innovation.
The PC Master Bates.
We had to get TFT back, and that meant reworking a lot of systems inside Unreal. Some gave us a strong starting point, others required significant customization, and some we rebuilt from scratch. For example, networking. As we built more of the game and added more content, we started to hit limits. With a huge number of gameplay actors in a match, the default replication approach wasn't enough to meet our server and bandwidth performance targets. So, with Epic's help, we evolved our approach, adopting Iris networking with push-based replication and fast arrays to get the performance we needed. The hard part wasn't getting something working, it was making it work at scale. Gameplay was another big one. We leaned heavily into the gameplay ability system. It's powerful and helped us get something up and running quickly, which, as many of you know, matters a lot early on. But TFT has sets, modes, and gameplay content that don't always ship on the same timeline. And pretty quickly, we realized we needed a better way to organize all of it. So we ended up using the Game Features plugin to give that content clearer boundaries and a more scalable way to share systems. And that gave the teams more freedom to build. And then there's mobile. A huge part of TFT is that it runs on a wide range of devices, including low-end mobile hardware. That didn't change just because we moved engines.
You heard that? Low-end mobile hardware.
Parts of the migration, it's also one of
PC is fucking so fucked, man. We got so much insight on these idiots. These dudes are all running weak-ass PCs. Don't ever listen to these guys again.
Working closely with Epic to get TFT running where we needed it to. But we're still early in that journey. We're already sharing much more across PC and mobile than we could before, and there's still a lot more we can do for our mobile players. Content migration. I'm guessing a lot of you already know where this is going. TFT has thousands of assets across art, animation, VFX, and audio that had to be migrated. And every type of content broke differently when we brought it over. VFX alone was a massive amount of work. We weren't just converting assets, we were moving between fundamentally different systems. Getting thousands of assets into the engine was one challenge. Getting them back to the quality bar that players expect was another. And we really underestimated how much time this would take. So a huge part of the effort became building the tooling and pipelines to fix, convert, and validate all that content at scale. And that's where Unreal's extensibility really mattered. We could build the systems we needed to make this possible, because there was no world where we were rebuilding all of that by hand. And we kept running into the same pattern everywhere. Unreal gives you a lot, but getting from Unreal to TFT still took a massive amount of work. We're already seeing the impact of Unreal across TFT. More of the game is built on shared foundations. Mobile and PC share much more of the same UI and underlying systems, and we're able to build on technology and capabilities.
The games still look exactly the fucking same.
And that's the biggest thing Unreal gave us.
Of course it will.
Jeez. I looked up, I was expecting to see something look new. What the fuck?
For TFT,
but you know, this is what's going on, bro.
Bigger swings and keep delivering the experiences players expect. Because for us, this is about building TFT.
What did you expect though? It needs to support the lowest PC model
players
anyways.
Will get their first opportunity to play TFT on Unreal.
But that's the thing.
In just a few weeks. And honestly,
it's just so weak. They can't fucking do what we're doing.
Feels like TFT. Because if we've done our job well, they won't be thinking about the engine at all. They'll just be playing TFT. Thank you so much. I hope you all have a great Unreal Fest.
I'm Tor Frigg, Creative Director at Neon Giant, here to talk about No Law, the next game from our studio. In our first game, The Ascent, our small team pushed the out-of-the-box UE4 tech to its limit to make a highly detailed, lived-in cyberpunk world. For our new game,
I remember this game, yeah.
a high-fidelity, immersive first
hold on, True Eddie.
in the unregulated city of Port Desire.
Yeah, this is the new Cyberpunk game, not from the people that did that one other game.
Because a small team
Damn, and they were good too.
Not against it. We realized early on that out of the box wouldn't be enough. We had to push beyond the defaults and build our own workflow inside UE5 to make the world we wanted. We're proud of what we did with The Ascent, and No Law is the next step in that same approach.
No Law.
Our constraint was specific. We didn't want the largest world, but the densest.
Beautiful. This is what they did with the other game, and I really liked it, but I didn't like the camera angle. They said, we're not going to make the biggest world, but we're going to make the densest. Wow, look at that. Look at the food. Look at the dishes. Look, that's real shit. That's what you want in your games. That's the type of shit you want right there.
Came with real challenges. We wanted extreme detail everywhere.
That's what I'm talking about.
And performance without
Lock the fuck in, bro. That's truity. We're getting to that level now, bro. We're getting to that level.
Built the world. We prioritized
Jeez.
And we built the pipeline.
You see, they had the little gaming handhelds on the bed. That's a nice little touch. Got the cigarette ashtray, a pizza box, trash. That's what we talking about. The little things, a little bit of trash bags are open. You can see inside the trash. The silhouettes of what's in the bag. That right there, bro. This matters so much to me, bro.
That never breaks.
Wow.
To have details in every nook and cranny and tell a million small stories.
I can't
in fact,
fucking
we have more objects in any
wait.
frame than the entirety of The Ascent.
Oh, that's awesome. I want this. I want this day one. I want this day one. Fuck it.
With no invisible walls and no loading. We built tools.
Man, I'm about to be broke as shit buying all these games. I need to find the time. Female character models looking good.
Building by building. Block by
So I take it this is not a woke studio then. That's a good thing.
No.
Full range as an urban city overrun with
so it looked like it's gonna be first person, I think. So do you remember that one game that was on Game Pass? It was like a cyberpunk game. It was like, but it was like isometrical.
I know what you're talking about. Yeah, I know. It's on PlayStation.
Yeah, and it came to PlayStation. It had the blue armor when it came over. This is from those. This is from those devs.
Nice. They got bigger budget.
Yeah, they got much bigger budget. I don't know who they partner with, but I don't think it's with Xbox this time. But I remember last time they looked, bro. Their game was good looking, bro. Even though it was like top down kind of, it's still really good. Bro, this is like cyberpunk level. Even though it is a cyberpunk style game, it looks. Oh yeah, this is day one. Ah, day fucking one.
Shying away from glare. Searching through darkness.
Yeah, this is day one.
Or escalating when something feels off.
Let's see who's got the bigger gun.
Damn, they did good.
They did really good. They did really good. I'm ready.
Oh, this is nice. This is nice.
I'm ready. Most PCs won't be able to run this shit properly.
No, this one's not Unreal Engine 6.
No.
Unreal 5.8.
They still can't run that shit properly. They're the only ones. They're the ones complaining about Unreal Engine 5. The PC community.
We're also using MetaHuman paired with our own.
You see what they doing, right?
Yeah, I see. No, I do see what.
This is 5.8. They're going above. And when you have mid to low tier PCs, you're not gonna be able to reap the benefits of developers trying to go above and beyond. Because your fucking shitty ass hardware won't let you.
Filling a world of this density and scale,
the PC master baits.
Performance and interactivity was one of our key challenges. By combining PCG and Niagara data channels, environmental effects.
You said somebody
should be
spamming.
calculated where
Who's
appropriate.
spamming?
Wherever artists place trash or leaves, particles will spawn dynamically based on wind, weather, and player actions. Shoot a bullet or throw a grenade.
Bro, they just created a styrofoam without styrofoam, nigga. What the fuck?
We combined chaos physics.
Yo, the fact that they made it
I'm
first.
gonna say one right now. I'm gonna say right now, this is better than Cyberpunk. Sorry, and it's gonna make me want to get back on Cyberpunk and finish it. But this is way better than Cyberpunk because this is what I wanted from Cyberpunk. And one thing I know, when you went into stores in Cyberpunk, they kind of like was like, oh, everything is in a vending machine so that we can't see the detail and shit. And it's it was a very cheap way. Yeah, it was a lot of flat stuff.
Was previously impossible for a studio of our size.
What, bro? Think about what's gonna happen when they make the new Cyberpunk, and it's gonna be an Unreal Engine 6.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I want to pick this up. The shooting is freaking great, nigga.
Oh, this looks great. This looks way better than anything on Xbox.
For you to experience it.
Why you had to bring an Xbox?
Because they suck ass.
I got. You're going way too hard, these niggas. I gotta defend.
Fuck them. It looked better than Gears. More detailed than Gears. At least you could shoot off the fucking chips off the shelf. You couldn't do that on Gears.
Developer relations team here.
That's true.
I'm here to talk with you about what's happening in the Fortnite ecosystem.
The Fortnite ecosystem. Let's go.
One of the games on the screen behind me was built by an independent developer. Small teams, sometimes just 2 or 3 people using UEFN, published into an ecosystem of millions of players. For those of you who have been with us
about to be dope.
in UEFN, some since day one, thank you. Your feedback has really helped shape the tools, and your creativity has shifted how more than 75 million monthly active users experience Fortnite. Your games are a growing share of Fortnite playtime. In May, we saw them capture 47% of all player hours, up from just 38% a year ago. And with over $1 billion now paid out to developers since the launch of UEFN, these teams are building businesses here through engagement payouts and, as of January, in-island transactions. It's introduced more ways to monetize. It's opened up new genres and helped developers with smaller, engaged communities thrive. Over 3,000 islands now earn more from in-island transactions than engagement payouts. And we're continuing to see a growing share of total payouts coming from in-island transactions. It's been a boost for genres outside of Battle Royale and Shooter, and these games now make up over 75% of all in-island transaction revenue. We know it takes trust to build on a platform that's still maturing, and this year, stability and developer effectiveness is our #1 priority. Back in March, we stated our goal to cut iteration times, and we've been making real progress, getting the time it takes to push changes down by an average of 40% or so. That's even higher for larger projects, and we've seen reductions of up to 70%. Plus, expanded live edit support makes iteration faster and more streamlined. Live edits are now applied directly in game mode, and the new edit list gives you a clear view of the changes as you work. The consolidated UI simplifies session controls and adds the ability to pause the game, letting you explore the edit the scene with a detached camera.
That's nice.
And then work's not done here. We're continuing to drive iteration times down and make UEFN a better tool to build with, release after release. And alongside hardening the tools, we're unlocking more gameplay capabilities.
Wait, I could care less what she's saying. I saw a video from Unreal Engine where Homer Simpson was running around the event fucking shit up and eating donuts. Does this mean they're gonna show off the Simpsons Hit and Run redid with Unreal?
Scene graph, which is
this what this means? What? That shit was posted 19 hours ago. Oh, bro. I can't wait.
Wait, what was posted 19 hours ago?
This video on Twitter of Homer Simpson running around the event of State of Unreal, fucking shit up and eating donuts.
Players this summer.
Yeah.
Fortnite sidekicks allows developers to tap into the attachment players have already built with their own companions. Developers can now build pet battlers, cozy farming sims, and more. And we're expanding where those games come to life. Fortnite is back on Google Play and the App Store worldwide, and mobile playtime for UEFN games has more than doubled in the past year. We know that optimizing for mobile hasn't been easy. We're hoping that some of the recent feature releases, like native gesture support and touchscreen layout customizations and finer control over your HUD, can help you build more mobile-friendly games. These mobile features will exit experimental mode in August, enabling experiences and genres that feel more at home on mobile. Our
Farming
recent Discover
sims
changes
in
are already
Fortnite?
showing results. We've cracked down on spam and duplicate content, sorted islands into clear genres, and personalized Discover to help
Tomorrow you can
find
upgrade.
audiences faster.
If you have a
And later this
PS5 or
year,
Xbox
we're
One,
gonna
you can
be
upgrade to
full
Grand Theft
redesign.
Auto 5
Video everywhere,
tomorrow.
personalization
If you're
across every
upgrading to
row,
PS5 or
and social
Xbox Series
signals
X
completely
versions
like
for
the
free.
signs right on the tile.
That again,
Oh, they
so
get
Big
okay.
shift.
yeah, if you got
If you don't
PS,
have it, if you don't have it.
As the
if
first
you
thing
have
players
it, yes,
see
you can
when they open
upgrade.
Fortnite.
So make
We'll
sure.
be diving deeper into
If
the
they don't
Discover
want to switch
and the
over,
rest
that's
of
cool. You're just
UEFN
gonna miss out on
ecosystem
Grand
over the
Theft.
next few days. Our IP partner program enables any Fortnite developer to build with officially licensed content from major IP, like
I can't
Lego,
see that
Star Wars, Squid Game.
everybody else don't already have
Each partnership
I know.
the PS5 version of GTA 5. I can't see that.
Well, I can't
that
see
developers
motherfuckers
can
not
use to
properly
create
buying
games
the
they can't
fucking
build
system on
anywhere
time.
else.
That's one thing.
One of the OG UEFN developers,
They need to hurry up and get in there.
has successfully brought their foe
Yeah, it's
IP
kind of
to
like a
Fortnite
footballer.
and launched a hit game set in a galaxy far, far away. Their founder, Kevin, is here to share more about what they've been up to, so please give him a warm welcome.
It sounds like she's out of breath.
Hi, everyone. I'm Kevin Marciano, co-founder and CEO of Future Trash, the game studio behind Fode. In 2022, my co-founders, Nate, Scott, Eric, and I, quit our jobs, and we wanted to build the next great party game. We were betting everything on an indie studio with one idea and a lot of passion.
Oh, am I hearing
We
that
learned
wrong?
fast how brutal that road is. Back-end infrastructure, discoverability, distribution, the walls were everywhere. By early 2023, we only had a few weeks of runway left. I flew to GDC with the Steam Deck in hand, trying to get anyone's attention that cared about what we had built. That's when UEFN got announced, and we thought, why don't we bring our game into Fortnite?
So you are called Future Trash.
So it felt incredibly risky. After some experimentation with the tools and learning more about the block
I missed that shit. What the fuck? What kind of a name is that?
We rolled up our sleeves and shipped our first game in under 3 weeks. We hit publish and got player feedback almost instantly. And that's when it settled in. This was going to be our path forward. And that bold pivot didn't just save our company, it changed our perspective on the future of the games industry. What UEFN gave us wasn't just a platform, it was direct access to our audience. No gatekeepers, no publisher approval. You just have an idea, you build it, and players play it. We've now reached a scale of players we genuinely never thought would be possible as a small studio. From a MOBA that didn't quite land with the Fortnite audience to our first breakout hit, Boom Tycoon, we had the opportunity to experiment with a wide range of genres and discover what felt right for our creative sensibilities on the platform. And as a studio obsessed with world building, character-driven experiences, and building original IP, UEFN became our creative sandbox and our distribution layer at the same time. Star Wars has...
I'm just muting it right now, guys. Big news. Rambo. You know Rambo from the movie, the guy with the bandana, sweaty muscles and stuff and shoot shit. He's coming to Fortnite. Fortnite Sonic collaboration is confirmed for this year as well. And that's what we got right now so far. Like, there's a lot of people, a lot of collaborations getting announced right now.
It's hard to believe that this game could have existed anywhere
This is
else.
amazing.
And that's how we see the future of how legacy IP will embrace UGC native creators to foster an infinite extension of their content universe. That's where the most exciting stories are going to be told. And you all showed up to prove it. Since we launched the map, Droid Tycoon became the most played UEFN game in Fortnite by hours. It climbed to the second most played game across all of Fortnite in its first weekend. And earlier this month, it set a new record for the highest number of concurrent players over a 2-hour period, which is the strongest performance ever achieved by an IP experience in Fortnite. Looking ahead, our ambitions are to continue pushing the boundaries of what's possible on the platform in terms of visual quality and storytelling. We will continue building our own original IP while also making immersive experiences for the franchises that inspire us most. Thank you.
Thanks, Kevin, for sharing your story and creative process, and especially for bringing the Star Wars IP to life in Droid Tycoon in a way that has connected so deeply with fans. Droid Tycoon is a standout representative of some of the big highlights we had this year in Disney and Fortnite. Let's take a look.
Oh, fantastic core. Buzz Lightyear. Oh, wait up. They put Buzz Lightyear in there? Or is that new? Is that something new? What the fuck? Damn. What? Hercules in that bitch. What the fuck? Okay, I already knew they was in there. This is fucking wild.
Oh, they talking about Star Wars?
Yeah, the Disney partnership. It's the Disney partnership.
Oh.
Yeah, there's Simpsons. There's fucking Homer.
Yep.
Behold, giant food from the sky.
Disney cross Epic. Yeah, it's a partnership. Yeah, I already knew it.
This
I
partnership
already know.
is anchored in one conviction. Disney stories should reach fans where they already are, and that's increasingly in games. And it extends beyond Epic and Disney.
There's Buzz Lightyear.
You're in this too, with the agency to build your own experiences and tell your own stories using the IP that you know and love. Early in my game dev career, my
nigga did that just to get a bigger donut.
Oh, Trudy,
man.
you're late. They call you late, man.
Great full circle moment for me personally to see developers experience the thrill of making their own Star Wars games for the first time. What's happened since we launched this IP program has exceeded everything we expected. Star Wars came to UEFN and developers ran with it. Galactic Siege, Escape Vader, Droid Tycoon, all built with tools available to everyone in this room. 8 million players in 72 hours overall. Galactic Siege had 6.5 million players, and Escape Vader had 3.4 million plays in just the first 6 days. And Droid Tycoon became just the first 6 days. And Droid Tycoon became the #2 most played island in Fortnite within a week. All of us at Disney want to congratulate and thank Beyond Creative and Jogo for their contributions on their exemplar island launches, along with Droid Tycoon. In The Mandalorian and Grogu Watch Party Island, fans were able to watch the first 10 minutes of the film before it ever hit theaters. This is a new model for what studio IP and the creative pipeline can look like, going beyond IP access and toward creative continuity and immersion in worlds that feel real. Star Wars, though, was just one chapter in a year where games meaningfully extended our storytelling. As Percy Jackson returned to Disney Plus for Season 2, Siege of Monsters,
Buzz Lightyear in that bitch, bro. That's gonna do money. That's gonna make so much money.
While our own Disneyland Game Rush translated the energy from Anaheim and Disneyland's 70th anniversary into playable form. And our Disney, Pixar, Lucasfilm, 20th Century, and Marvel outfit collabs continue to remain amongst the most popular in Fortnite. That goes beyond a traditional IP arrangement. It's iconic Disney stories in the hands of more creatives, reaching more fans than ever. And we can't forget our favorite animated family from Springfield, who had one crazy month-long season last year. This season had over 80 million unique players.
Yep.
With over
I already know.
750 million hours played. The reach speaks for itself. We were so excited to see players come into Springfield, but we've also loved watching citizens of Springfield cross over into parts of UEFN. Let's take a look at some highlights from one of our favorite streamers.
Uh-oh. Bart.
Hey everybody,
Bart,
welcome to my
yeah.
channel. Bart S reacts to an idiot playing Fortnite. Here's how Homer gets us to school every day. The fat is strong with this one. Hey, look, it's Jurassic Pork. Here's Dad having a meeting with my teacher, Mrs. Krabappel. Here we go, the titanic battle between two old men with breathing problems. Okay, dinosaurs and stormtroopers are tough for Dad, but when he's on his home turf in his Springfield island, he'll probably just choke on his own donut.
I knew it. What is it gonna be though? Oh, I can't wait. Oh, they bringing it to the editor. Oh, okay. Oh, they're bringing Simpsons to the editor.
The Simpsons still feel like everyone's family. But today, they're finding a new home. We are so excited to announce The Simpsons is joining the IP part.
Oh man, we're reading from that.
This year.
Okay, they're bringing the
Springfield will be yours. Characters, locations.
Two old men with breathing problems. I love that.
All UEFN ready. But hey, be kind to Flanders.
Flanders.
But based on what we've seen, Springfield's in good hands. Thank you to all the amazing developers in this community. We look forward to seeing what you create next. Now back to Epic.
Damn, Fortnite's getting big though, I'm gonna be honest.
Supersonic to right here, right now.
What's the name? What's that shit called?
Largest celebration of our game in front of the greatest fans in the world.
This shit called Rocket Peed.
That history.
Rocket League? What about it?
Rocket Peed, right. It's available right now.
This is the future. And this.
What do you say about this? Hold on.
You're behind. They're about to talk about Rocket League.
Oh, I'm behind by a few seconds.
Yeah, about 80 minutes. Show us more of that Unreal Engine X. Niggas went crazy when I saw that Unreal Engine 6. They went crazy. Let's do it. Let's talk about that Unreal Engine 6 and that Rocket Peed.
This is where PCs die.
At the competitive series in Paris, we gave the world the first glimpse of Unreal Engine 6. And this is the next step in our mission, to make great games and tools and to share them with you so you can bring your ideas to life. And I'm here to talk to you about what we're building now for the future. Today, things are kind of awkward. There's actually two different ways to build stuff in Unreal. There's building Unreal Engine 5 games for standalone distribution on stores with massive AAA features. And then there's the Unreal Editor for Fortnite feature set and tool set that enables you to build a game once and then deploy it to all platforms live into Fortnite with its 80 million monthly active users. Now, each of them has some really cool, unique features, but is lacking the features of the other one. And so our big initiative to bring them together is the core of the Unreal Engine 6 effort. It's UE5 plus UEFN equals UE6 plus some more cool stuff on the way. The vision is that if you build things once the Unreal Engine 6 way, then you can have a game that you can ship everywhere, including the console stores, the PC stores, the mobile stores, and also ship live into the Fortnite ecosystem or any other Unreal Engine 6-based game ecosystem built by any other developer. Now, in prior generations, we put graphics first in leading and announcing our technology. But with the Unreal Engine 6 generation, we're focusing first and foremost on the foundations of the engine to prepare for the next generation of game development and for gaming. And the most critical change here is the move to the verse programming language for gameplay development alongside the low-level C++ engine. And the reason for this is to enable massive scale code and content interoperability across games. Today we have a lot of content interoperability features. You go to the Fab content marketplace, you download a bunch of cool objects, you stick in your game, but then you have to wire them up and make it work yourself. In the Unreal Engine 6 generation, by having a unified set of APIs and a unified language that works everywhere, you'll be able to build smart assets that are completely portable between games and between projects and can be shared at any scale, with the potential to have millions of developers collaborating together on a shared body of work that anybody can use. Another hallmark aim for the Unreal Engine 6 generation is to enable far larger game simulations. You know, the original Battle Royale movie in 1999 that inspired the Battle Royale genre of games, fortunately, just happened to have 100 people dropping onto an island. It's a nice coincidence because that's actually the maximum number of players our code base could support running on a single thread on a server. If they had 1,000 players, we wouldn't have been able to do it. The goal of Unreal Engine 6 is to introduce software and transactional memory technology, which Curtis Schmidt will talk more about later, in order to enable scaling of games to any amount of computers that can fit into a data center. Hundreds, thousands, potentially even millions in the future. And this is technology that's in the research lab, and the team is working very rapidly to make into a practical shipping system. Another major aim of Unreal Engine 6 is something I first talked about at the SIGGRAPH computer graphics show back in 2016. There I talked about a potential future of gaming as an open system like the web is open, in which any developer can run a server, build a game, host their own content, and a user can go anywhere they want from place to place, bringing all of their stuff with them, and tearing down the walls and barriers that exist between games to have a completely interoperable ecosystem. And you know, the Rocket League preview of Unreal Engine 6, if you looked at the very last frame of it, there was a little URL bar on top. The URL was verse://rocketleague.com. And we're tantalizingly close now to fully realizing this idea of an open gaming ecosystem with the ability to travel from game to game and independent developer freedom to build everything they want everywhere they go. And our aim at Epic is to work with all developers in the industry to build this system together as peers. We want a system with no overlord. You know, we've been spending some time fighting against overlords in the industry with some amount of success. And we don't want to be the next one. Rather, we want to be a partner to every company in the industry, including all game developers and also other makers of technology and services, in order to build the best stuff and connect it all up together. And so a huge part of this effort is going to be Epic adopting open standards like the Pixar USD file format, and GLTF, and also working with standards bodies and releasing specifications to bring new standards into the industry where they're lacking and needed.
Black Myth Wukong has sold over 30 million copies worldwide.
Introduce Marcus Wasmer to talk about the architecture of
one game, nigga.
Yep, Black Myth Wukong has sold over 30 million copies worldwide. 30 million copies for Black Myth Wukong. Did that game come out on Xbox yet?
I don't think so.
Okay, thanks, Tim.
I don't think I ever touched Xbox, actually.
Did it come out on
That's
Switch?
No. That's the only PlayStation and PC.
Making the tools free to use and the source accessible on
Guys, I'm gonna have to go take a little food break. I ain't eat shit all day.
Density and dynamic detail.
Wait, hold on. I did that much on the only PlayStation and PC. I just realized that.
It's about now evolving how we ship and operate our games. That said, UE6 will keep doing the things
Black
we
Myth
want and
Wukong
Unreal
sold
Engine to
30 million
do. Rendering
copies
will
so
keep getting
far.
better,
Is it available
cook
on
times will come
Xbox
down,
or was this only
iteration
on
loops are getting
PC and
tighter,
PlayStation?
I
mobile
don't
is
think it ever
increasingly
went to
capable.
Xbox.
However,
Hold
we
on.
believe for UE6 that there are 3 things about game development that need to change.
It's available on Xbox.
First,
Okay, I was about to
gameplay
say, I'm
programming
like,
needs
bro,
to get
there's no way.
simpler for creating persistent,
I don't think it's so much on
large-scale
Xbox
worlds.
though.
And Verse is the foundation for Epic's future programming model. It's a next-generation language purpose-built to power massive, persistent game worlds at scale, where global state just works
I'll do some
and
research.
transactionally correct concurrency is handled by the runtime. We've built a modern high-level gameplay framework on top of Verse that gives you a true foundation to build games and experiences easily and to share their interoperable components between games. You'll hear more about our goals and architecture for this programming model from our technical director on the project in a few minutes. But for now, let's talk about the second guiding principle of UE6. Content and code should be portable across games and even engines. Our goal is to give the games industry a whole new way to grow our ecosystems with cross-promotion, portable player value, and to really lean into all the positive sum dynamics that Metcalfe's law predicts
You know,
for connecting experiences.
Resident Evil series has only sold 23 million copies.
To move UE beyond just extensibility
That's
and
crazy.
into open specifications.
This one game sold out that entire series. What the
No,
fuck?
Such
and
as
also
DLTF or
a lot of
USD
series.
are capable of fulfilling our needs. We'll make them first-class formats within the engine. And where a standard doesn't yet exist that serves the needs of game ecosystems,
Lovely.
we'll open up
I'd love to
Unreal's
see it.
own systems as open specifications with Verse APIs, defined asset conditions, and documentation that any engine, tool, or studio can implement against. And Fortnite Cosmetics will be our first real proof point of portability. We're going to start by moving the base system to an open UE6 module that's usable by all games. And this means that you'll have the option to use the player's entitled Fortnite outfits in your own games.
They said half of the sales were outside of China. So that means 15 million in China and 15 million outside of
Because we
China.
want to prove things out with a system that's complex enough to
Nice.
be a meaningful existence proof of the idea, and one that inherently comes with a ton of player value by respecting their purchases across an interconnected ecosystem of games. We see this as the first step towards building a shared economy for smart assets. Functional assets with logic and functionality that work across games to recognize players' time and spending in a better way. In the end, this isn't really a Fortnite story. It's just about proving that such a mature, complex system can work at scale, and that every game that works with these systems will immediately benefit from them. Happily, we're taking the first concrete steps to such an open e-system right now. MetaHuman has been adopted by some of the most successful games in the world and is rapidly becoming a standard for digital characters. And that's why today we're announcing the MetaHuman Dev Kit, opening up our rig logic and MetaHuman DNA toolsets under the MIT license so that you can deliver metahumans in any game, any engine, any platform.
I like.
Yeah. So to learn more, please come to our talk right after this. All right, moving on, no tech presentation would obviously be complete without a conversation about AI. So to get one of the fun talking points out of the way, there's some speculation going around that game engines will be superseded by promptable world models. And we don't actually think that's what happened next. What does, we think, is much more interesting. That AI-assisted game creation will tighten iteration loops, reduce time-consuming manual setup of levels, character rigs, particle systems, getting bone weights, adjusting lighting, all of the manual work required to translate professional, creative intent into performant and cross-platform games. And crucially, Unreal Engine is uniquely placed to be the efficient, cross-platform, high-fidelity runtime that will remain the substrate on which much of the world's best games run. Thus, for UE6, we see LLMs, Gen AI models, and tools like Claude, Gemini, and so on as playing a central role in building content faster with the creative control that you need. And as you saw earlier, the future of these workflows is a fluent translation layer between natural language intent and your production pipeline. Our goal for UE6 is to greatly reduce the tedious work in authoring content to leave more time for creative exploration and increase the amount of iterations a team can make to polish their content. UE6 will ship with these workflows battle-tested against internal development and in UEFN. And while we've mostly been showing and talking about content creation, coding and engineering are important as well. Internally at Epic, we've been doing a lot of investigation to see what works and what doesn't. And we recently opened up pretty broad usage for code generation and AI analysis across our back-end, engine, and game development engineering teams. We've had a lot of great success stories. We've had particular success with people writing custom tools for their own work, fast code indexing tools for helping LLMs deal with large code bases like UE, fast incident response analysis, automated root cause analysis for crashes, automated test generation, and of course the wins you'd expect on back-end service development. But what's interesting is that most of those cases aren't even generating mainline Unreal Engine code yet, though that'll come. So you can expect Unreal Engine 6 to include all the key learnings for using AI for engineering along with content workflows. Okay. So we know you obviously have lots of questions about the transition from UE5 to UE6, so let's talk about that for a second. UE6 converges two threads of development we've been running in parallel. UE5 for high-end standalone game and content development, and Unreal Editor for Fortnite as the live environment where our new programming model is getting battle tested. UE6 will combine these two products into one. As UE5 and UEFN merge into one editor, you will be able to ship traditional games and projects exactly as you do today. You'll be able to ship directly in Fortnite, or ship your own ecosystem and optionally make it compatible with ours. You'll have an easy path from one to the other. Actors and blueprints will be in early versions of UE6. Eventually, these will be deprecated when the new framework is sufficiently mature, and you'll have conversion tools to move projects from one framework to the other. Also, a new UE6 mainstream will be on GitHub later today, publicly visible, just like the UE5 stream has always been. Any remaining UE5 changes will merge to UE6 to not get lost, but not vice versa. And in addition, Fortnite development will be attached to the UE6 stream, so you can see all of our ongoing work live and cherry pick any changes as needed. However, this stream is not meant to be any kind of alpha. It exists just to be transparent with where we're going. And while we're not currently planning another official UE5 release after 5.8, we do reserve the right to ship a 5.9 if needed. You never know.
So they said that after 5.8, that's pretty much it. They're going straight to 6.
Early access at the end of 2027-ish.
Pretty much.
We know how game dev works around here. However,
So early access for Unreal Engine 6 will be at the end of 2027, which means that's be around the time PS6 comes out. Yeah, I already know what this means.
Just about everyone should be able to move their projects to 6.0.
More PCs can't handle shit.
Yeah.
Except for Cascade, we're killing that one. That one's not going to make it. So get on the Niagara train. That said, we will be taking the opportunity to make some big architectural and other breaking changes that we wouldn't normally do in a point release, so you can expect a similar upgrade path from UE5 to 6 as we have.
Bro, this is probably the best engine out on the market right now.
Yeah, it is.
And now Curtis is going to come up.
But again, it's up to the developers to properly use it and not be lazy. When they're lazy, we have performance problems. When we have performance problems, well, people don't know who to blame. People always go blame the engine, and reality is not the engine.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Curtis. I work on the gameplay architecture in Unreal Engine, and today I'm excited to talk to you about the new gameplay framework for UE6, which begins with Verse. Now, Verse is a next-generation programming language, purpose-built to power massive, persistent game worlds at scale. We originally released it 3 years ago in UEFN, where we could grow it to become the foundation for UE6. And Verse draws ideas from functional, logic, and imperative languages, and it should feel immediately familiar to anyone who's worked in languages like C# or Python before. But it also has some unique features aimed at solving the complexity and scaling problems of modern game development, starting with this unique software transactional memory model, or STM. Now, all functions in Verse run as part of atomic transactions, which can be rolled back and re-simulated as needed. And this lets us do a lot of interesting things in our game's code. For example, to check if an object can be successfully moved in the world, we can simply set its position, then do our spatial queries to see if it's hitting anything. If it is, we abandon the entire transaction, reverting the entire operation, and pretending the code never ran at all. Now, Verse's transactional memory model can also help us address another big problem in game development, building enormous worlds with larger player counts. And today, one of the big limiters to really building larger games comes down to server technology. Scaling a game to run on multiple game servers requires a fundamental rethinking of your entire game's architecture. Well, with UE6, we're working to build a full distributed software transactional memory system to address this. So here's the idea. We take your existing single-threaded style verse game code, and then we distribute it across multiple servers. When an object's needed in one server,
a lot of Game Pass out there.
Pulls back the current transaction, migrates the object over to the server, and then reruns the transaction.
This is better than Game Pass.
And this is all done in a way that retains the transactional consistency of the original program. And finally, with Verse, we wanted to make saving game data way simpler. So the Verse runtime can automatically synchronize and save any global state for the program, and then share it across all running instances of your game or an ecosystem. And to the programmer, what this means is that setting up something like save state for a player is as simple as setting a single global map of players.
Muting, we got big news.
To set up databases or coordinate your game and other
services.
You can do all of this without ever leaving Verse.
So we just got some news. That is today at 5:30 a.m. Naughty Dog has hired nearly 60 workers in 2026 alone. They have rescued developers from Bluepoint. Now remember, everybody was like, Bluepoint is going down, but nobody knew where the developers were. They never came out publicly and said they left or they're starting their own studio. They just allocated them wherever they are. That's a really good thing because that means you have skilled developers that know how to do remakes that are still a part of Sony. That is smart. So again, Naughty Dog was also responsible by rescuing some developers from Bluepoint. They have increased the workforce by 10%, and continues hiring 18 to 20 job offers right now. So again, Xbox is fucking up. And PlayStation still got shit locked down. It's a really good thing to see.
That's good. That there's some developer because you gotta understand, Sony still owns that engine to
yeah, they still own the engine. They still own all the tech and everything related to remaking and stuff. You just gotta lease it out.
And if some of these developers are still with Sony, they can actually still remake shit.
Mm-hmm. We got some more news 7 hours ago. Naughty Dog has accelerated the development of Intergalactic. They've shoveled more coal into the locomotive, one with unpublished data for growing studio hires for 2026, phases of AAA development, where it can be seen. Yeah, I'm happy about it. Get the game out, and we need to get that game out.
Yeah, I need to see what they're doing, man. They take way too long this entire generation.
Yeah. Let's turn them
in a shared multi-tenant environment. We also need to make it easy to use for everyone, not just programmers. We looked at the available tools and came to the conclusion that none had everything we needed. Git, for example, it's excellent at what it was built for, distributed development of source code. But game development has huge amounts of binary data and content, and rarely needs everything on your local machine. Git doesn't really work well under such requirements. Other commercial and proprietary systems were also considered. But our foundational tools have to be open. Open specifications, open protocols, open formats. Anything less, and the people relying on them can't extend, audit, or trust them. So we decided to build Lore from scratch, and we designed the data model to meet our requirements from the ground up. We made scalability and performance core tenets from day one, and this is where most of Lore's technical innovation lives. It combines an efficient large asset handling with a free branching model, so teams can iterate quickly without sacrificing workflow flexibility or storage efficiency. And Lore will grow with you. from a zero config, single service setup for small teams, all the way to multi-region, multi-million user deployments like UEFN, without requiring your team to fundamentally change how you work. At the heart of Lore is an efficient, content-addressed data store. Every file, every directory, every revision is identified by what it contains, not where it lives. Identical pieces of data are only stored once. Lore gives you direct access to that storage platform, so you can build your own applications and pipelines on top of it. Lore's version control uses this storage platform to let you work on multiple things in parallel, switch between them freely, and collaborate in safe, isolated spaces without worrying about how it scales. Lore's sparse, binary-first storage architecture fetches only the data you actually need for the revisions and branches you work with, supporting projects of any size. Large binary data is stored in smaller fragments, allowing partial deduplication and highly efficient parallelized data transfer of any file. That same data model is what lets Lore scale out across the infrastructure. As you grow, Lore lets you transparently add layers of additional servers from the local machine out through edge and regional caches and up to a durable global store. And because access is authenticated and authorized at every layer, that scale never comes at the cost of control. Every server enforces the same access policies. For a globally distributed team, that means that users in different regions can hit their nearest cache, and the global source of truth is never the bottleneck. Everything Lore does, data storage, version control, is exposed through a single complete API. And on top of that API, we built the tools you would expect. A command line interface, a desktop application, and in the near future, an integration in Unreal Editor. And these tools are all built on the same API and library. This API-first design makes Lore easy to extend and integrate into any development pipeline. Your tools and applications can easily use Lore through the API in the language you want to use. Though we're just scratching the surface here, I hope this gives you a sense of the power and potential of Lore. And it's already used in production environments. It powers the UEFN ecosystem, where it's been known until now as Unreal Revision Control, providing version control and data storage for everyone's content pipeline. We have already started transitioning to use Lore as the primary version control system for development within Epic, and we plan to be fully using Lore by the UE6 launch. We built Lore to address scalability and efficiency challenges we have at Epic, and as we talked with many of you, we heard similar challenges echoed across the industry. And that led to a bigger realization. If we're trying to foster a truly open ecosystem, one we all build together, then a system shaped behind closed doors would fall short. And that's why we're announcing Lore as open source today. All the source code.
People love free shit.
Thank you.
That's good.
All the source code, along with documentation of data formats and protocols, are now permissively licensed under an MIT license and free to use.
So they're gonna be talking and showing off Unreal Engine 6 a lot more next year, towards the end of next year when it goes into open alpha, open beta or some shit like that.
Help shape it into
Yep.
something even more powerful together.
So again, that'll be right around the time as the PS6.
Head to lore.org and come to my session later in the show for a deep dive discussion on Lore's architecture. And with that, I will hand it back to Tim.
Bro, yo, they literally just said next generation.
Awesome. So that is the first two of our next generation permissively licensed open source releases, and the first of many to come as we go about building more and more standards for interoperability for the future of gaming. And now I'd like to go and talk about the game business, which is in a time of both crisis and also opportunity. On the upside, there's a new generation of gamers coming in with new tastes in games, and they're playing games at a higher rate than any previous generation before. And the biggest games like Fortnite are once again growing and thriving. But underneath this, there's a serious challenge to AAA developers, and that's that a huge number of the new releases of major games are failing now. We're seeing often hundreds of millions of dollars of dev costs followed by tens of millions of dollars of revenue, and the dev costs are continuing to grow. It feels to many like a tidal wave is sweeping over the AAA game business. I'd like to back up, everybody has their theory for why this is happening, but I'd like to back up and identify kind of the key generational changes and trends that are behind this. Because if we want to come up with an honest solution, we have to accurately identify the problem. And one of the key trends is that gaming is increasingly becoming socially driven. In the old days, it was you decide to play a game, you download it, you may play it by yourself or maybe play multiplayer with whatever strangers show up. Nowadays, it's much more about you getting together with your friends and then deciding what to do together online.
It'd be nice if they have something like PlayStation Home.
This social increasing angle of gaming is creating
come on, man.
massive advantage.
We gotta hope again.
Big ecosystems.
We gotta dream again.
A lot of players is much more likely to contain a lot of your friends.
No, we're not doing any more dreams.
We gotta dream. We gotta hope. We gotta have that hopium.
Much easier job of retaining players than a new game has.
Xbox stole it all.
Thus we've seen a lot of the major new multiplayer games not gain
Xbox stole all the hopium.
Momentum to survive. Though in the past they might have. The other big change that's affecting gaming is that the economy is shifting from buying games to buying things in games. And whether you're a fan of this or not, the arithmetic of it is undeniable. And this is another thing that reinforces the success of very large existing ecosystems in games and makes it ever harder for new entrants to get in. And that is if you've been playing a game for a long time and it has a huge player base, then you can buy with confidence knowing that the things you purchase will still be useful to you days, weeks, or years later. Whereas when a new game comes out, it's a much more difficult decision to spend. You're not sure if you're going to play it next day, next week, next month, and are much less likely to spend. And the final trend that's affecting gaming is that the market for players' attention has become extraordinarily competitive, more so than I've ever seen before in my lifetime when we were competing with lame television and other things that trend almost into vice, all competing for people's times, all very effectively. And so to overcome these trends, the game industry, whether we like it or not, is reorganizing itself. And there are kind of two big predictions for the future as these problems reverberate throughout the industry. One view of the future is that Roblox grows and eats gaming. A lot of people are saying this online. But what you have there is a centralized platform with a single gatekeeper that commoditizes all content, takes more than 70% of revenue, and has 450 million users on board. And so that's a real challenge to game developers. But we believe in a very different future, and a much brighter one for the people in this room, and that is that a future of high-quality gaming rising to the challenge and linking up our content, linking up our communities, and linking up our economies to deliver fun and to serve gamers with great games in a way we've never done before. And to accomplish that, we're going to all need to change the way we build things. We're going to need to build better games, we're going to need to build them more efficiently, and we're going to need to design up front and build for connected games, where all of our player bases are connected socially and our economies are connected, so that players, instead of seeing these as isolated products, see them as part of a global ecosystem that all game developers participate in together. We want to work with all of you and with all of the game developers in the industry to achieve this together. The things we built with Unreal Engine 6 are our technological foundation for it. And we believe that this is a big challenge that we all have to rise to. We need to win the competition for players' time, not only against other games, but also against YouTube and TikTok and everything else that people are doing online. And this was very much on our minds when we set out about building Unreal Engine 6. And it's also what was on the minds of really close partners like Disney and Lego and other AAA game developers. We've been building increasingly close partnerships to them to build this together. It's very clear, Fortnite, 80 million monthly active users. That's quite a lot, but we realize that this is not enough for Epic to do it alone. To build the ecosystem of the future, we're going to have to build it together. And I think the thesis for that is very optimistic, that between all of us and the world's best games, many of which use Unreal Engine, and many of whose developers use Unreal Engine, and many projects, we have billions of active users. And so we have the opportunity to form up into Team Open and to define the future of gaming together again. And that's exactly what we want to accomplish in this generation together with you. So that's what we're doing. Thank you very much for coming here to Unreal Fest. And remember, where else in the world can Fortnite creators get together with AAA game developers and filmmakers and architects and car designers and people at Lockheed Martin who are designing things they're not even allowed to talk about here, and actually speak the same language, the language of Unreal and content and code and development. So I hope you have a great time and have a great opportunity to meet up with lots of people. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thanks for watching. That's it.
Okay, that was dope. Oh, my back. I need to get me something to eat. Okay, so
you should have caught this. I don't know if you did, but in the latter end of when he was talking, he called Unreal Engine 6 next generation. So, and the fact that they're gonna be showing off more shit next year.
Yeah, that makes sense.
That's to show that the PS6 is not.
They're just waiting for consoles. They're waiting for consoles because that's where majority of the games are going to be using this engine excels at. And I know PC fans don't like when I say shit like that, but it's true. You guys don't buy more games than us as a whole. You know, when it comes to like pixelated games, if I go look at what's the top playing games right now on the Steam store, it'll prove the point that like you guys are not on our level. You've been lying to everybody for the better part of 2 generations. There we go. I found it. So we go to Steam database. What do we see again? We see the same thing up here. 516. Why? Because Taskbar Hero, even though it is a game, it can be played in the background of your PC. It is a way to get free money on Steam so that they can use that money then in turn to buy games without actually using real money. So this is why they're supporting this game. From what I know, it is free to play. It's very low to run. It's pixelated as fuck. I mean, you guessed it. Then everything else falls behind there. If we just we're looking at the top 10 games. We got Counter-Strike always there, PUBG always there, Delta always there, Taskbar Hero, that's new, Path of Exile 2, new but still not that new. Mecha Chameleon, never heard of it. Bogo Cat, never heard of it. 5M, don't know what the fuck that is. Apex Legends, almost always there. Rust, almost always there. Wallpaper Generator, almost always there. Warframe, almost always up there. We got
soccer. Yeah.
What happened?
It's that low?
What's low?
Marathon in game 6,700.
Who said that?
Marathon. I'm looking at it. I just started to look up Marathon right now. Marathon is at 6,700. Damn.
Yeah, I'm checking it right now. Yeah, I mean, there's a reason why Bungie is about to fire half of their staff, 400 people. Bro, let's be real. Let's be real. We don't need a Destiny 3. The PC community doesn't deserve Destiny 3. Anybody related to the PC community, you guys don't deserve Destiny 3. You guys failed the test. And when it comes to Sony, don't fail tests. Trust me, do not fail tests when it comes to Sony. They will make you pay, bro. Guaranteed. You want that game that you've been waiting for? Fail that financial test. You're not getting it. You're not getting it, man. Look at this shit. This is embarrassing. This is embarrassing. Now, I want to do a test. Let's compare this because I want to do a test of Destiny 2 because from what I heard, the PC fans said if we all get on Destiny 2, we can make Sony look at us and get us Destiny 3. So they all left. Whoever was on fucking Marathon, they said fuck Marathon. Our best chance is to pollute Destiny 2 so that Sony can see that we're serious. So we're going to compare Destiny 2. When did Marathon come out? Like a month ago?
Yeah.
Let's see what that I fucking knew it! There it is! There it is! There is a convergence right here. Blue is Destiny 2. And green is Marathon. They left Marathon to go on Destiny so they could boost up the numbers to make Sony feel like they needed to make Destiny 3. They make Destiny 3, so that's $1 billion down the drain. Remember, that's $1 billion down the drain. They got to make the game, possibly support a new fucking engine, and then on top of all of that shit, going forward, you got to support that shit for at least 10 years or more. Just a waste of money for a community that's primarily PC-centric, and you see how they operating. Look at what they're doing right now. This is the whole PC port bagging strategy. Port bag online, trick the community, trick the developers, trick the company into putting the game on another platform, and then don't support it. Put it on another platform and just don't support it. They got caught red-handed. It's right here, bro. I'm about to show you right
but
there.
they want Destiny 3. Yeah, that's fact.
They want Destiny 3, but they don't deserve it. They don't deserve that, bro. They don't deserve it, bro. They don't deserve it. Let's look at this shit right here. You see the very moment where Destiny hopped above fucking Marathon. It wasn't always like that, bro. I'm going to go right here. Look. Look at that. Look. Take a look at that. Look at where Marathon was on June 3rd. On Wednesday, June 3rd, right? That was like maybe 2 weeks ago. So on Wednesday, June 3rd, Marathon was at 40,000 people. Destiny 2 was only at 27,000. Now Destiny is like hovering above 100,000 people. Only because they want to be on the server to make it seem like they still viable. If you cared about Destiny, you would always be on Destiny. Actually, if we're being honest, Destiny and Marathon player numbers are so fucking low right here that the new player numbers for Destiny 2 are higher than both of those combined at that time point. Because again, they're just trying to trick Sony into spending more money. They're trying to trick Sony. Sorry. I gotta make me something to eat soon. I'm hungry as shit. They're trying to trick Sony into what's that shit called, True Woody? Going backwards to the PC port begging strategy. They want them to go back to making PC ports. Sony does not want to do that. This is not where Sony should go.
Well, Jay, then I'm gonna ask you then. By the way, good morning.
Good morning. You snuck in here. I didn't even hear you come in. You didn't even knock. Hey, kick this guy out. He didn't knock. I didn't hear you knock. You didn't rub your feet.
So, with Destiny, the biggest crowds that supported the game over the years, the franchise, was the PC community
Yep, I know
and
this.
the PlayStation community, right?
Uh-huh.
So if they make Destiny 3, who's gonna support the game? Because PlayStation niggas are kind of done with Destiny.
Yeah, we
That's
done.
something I noticed since I don't know, it was before, but like I think 2019, 2020. But then when the Activision shit came up with Call of Duty, it's like, I don't know, they just lost off of Destiny, started playing Call of Duty, and then they left that. Then Helldivers came back. You see what
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
community did with that. They did good with Helldivers, but they always have, so it's not surprised.
Oh, yeah.
But like, so it's like now it's like there's no space shooter,
If
FPS shooter
if
that's really
Destiny was
doing
to
it.
come back, right? You just spelled it out. If Destiny was to come back, who knows what other type of game could be more popular and knock it off? And then you have a Destiny 3 you spend a lot of money on and nobody wants it because they playing something else. It's just not worth it. It's not worth the gamble. It's not worth it. I'm telling you right now, it's not worth it. I've seen this strategy. We've tracked this strategy for many years, over 10 years now on this channel. The PC fans, they will use their numbers to try to trick developers into believing that they are financially worthy of these type of huge investments. It's not worth the gamble. You're not going to get the money back. Look at what's going on with Xbox. Xbox is putting their games on PlayStation, but they've had their games day and date on PC for almost 10 years now, and it didn't save them. The PC fans didn't save them. The PC platform didn't save them. Steam didn't save them.
I know it was quick when, honestly, I think the best game I've seen the PC niggas support, of course, because it was a mod, of course, it was PUBG. And even the Xbox niggas supported that more than PlayStation did. I mean, it did take a year, but like Fortnite, I heard him say something about 80 million.
Uh-huh.
I don't know what he's referring to, but it can't be sales.
You
'Cause
said
niggas don't have to buy the
Fortnite
game.
80 million. Oh,
That's what the guy said at the end
that
of the
was
show.
like, I didn't listen to the end, but I know that
Well, he said thank you very much. That's what he said.
Well, I guess it's 80 million. It's no way for us to track that because it's not like on fucking Steam and shit.
But one thing I've noticed is, besides Helldivers, there's not really a lot. Even Halo, they didn't really like support. So it's like, what they playing right now? I know Helldivers they're still playing, and what's it? Crossfire X, some shit like that. I think. But right now they're not really playing shit.
Playing. You said Crossfire X.
I said people was talking about that. Like they're not playing that shit, are
They're
they?
not playing that shit. Fuck no. That game is dead. That game been dead.
So
they they got people and just everybody. They got Arc Raiders. You know what I'm saying? Like on PC, they on everything else. What is it? CS:GO and shit like that.
Oh, now, I'm gonna tell you. Remember that game, Ghosts of Tsushima, of course. Remember the Legends mode, the multiplayer?
Yeah.
Yeah. I revitalized the game. I was watching something. I think Jazz. You know Jazz, right?
Yeah.
The good Jazz, not the one.
Yeah, I know him.
I was playing. He did a stream yesterday.
This nigga said the good Jets.
It's true.
Yeah, because the fucked out the nigga. Big up Randall. I deal with Randall Thor, but not him. Fuck him. And I was talking about Days Gone. That's a game that the PC people actually supported, but not like they should have. That, not Spider-Man, but what's the other one? Death Stranding.
Okay.
Those were the two games they supported, right? For a walking simulator, that's pretty damn good. No shades. None of those games really made a difference to Sony stopped doing PC ports. Bro, they didn't support Halo. They didn't support God of War. They didn't support Spider-Man. They supported Death Stranding and Days Gone. Those were the two games out of both PlayStation and Xbox catalog they supported. Both of
Did
those.
you take a look
are
at
still
the Jason Schreier video he posted an hour ago? How things got so bad at Xbox? That's making rounds, and it's already at 24,000 views.
Where is it?
It's on his YouTube channel, Jason Schreier.
Oh, I don't fuck with that.
I know. I'm right there in the same boat. But that nigga got insight that we don't have, and that right
They
there
said
is invaluable. Yeah,
they
that's
said somebody called them to sell off the shit. Even what's that nigga? Foxy Games. He said they was literally a conference call amongst FTC, CMA, and them because although like they have the shit and it was agreed upon, like to sell the shit, on other platforms, they're still withholding the shit and it's not returning a profit. So investors are getting mad, shareholders and shit, that they were told to sell off the Xbox or spin it off. And I'm like, oh, so that was true?
Yeah, all of that was true.
I was like,
All that
oh
shit was true.
shit. Okay, Justin Schreier. How you spell this nigga name? SCH. Okay, there we go. Okay. How things got bad. This shit got 24K views.
Let's go watch a little bit of that and see what's going on with that. Let's go watch a little bit of that.
His intro, I really like the reset button. If y'all didn't know, that's a callback to the original Xbox, the fat one. So if y'all real gamers, y'all should get the intro the way he just said.
I don't believe in Xbox.
Nah, because remember when they showed it
I'm about to go play it.
Let
Let me go turn the audio up to 77. Let's see what we can.
Did I mute myself?
Today we're going to talk about Xbox, which is about to hit the reset button. As I reported on Bloomberg last week, massive layoffs are coming to Xbox after the end of Microsoft's fiscal year on June 30th. And as I reported on Bloomberg this week, studios such as Compulsion, the maker of South of Midnight, and Double Fine, the maker of Kiln and Keeper, and Ninja Theory, the maker of Hellblade, are all currently in negotiations with Xbox to figure out what happens next, because all of them are on the chopping block. And those are just the three that I've confirmed so far. I know that there are other studios in trouble.
Wait, let's go back to get the names that he confirmed.
Today we're going to talk about Xbox, which is about to hit the reset button. As I reported on Bloomberg last week, massive layoffs are coming to Xbox after the end of Microsoft's fiscal year on June 30th. And as I reported on Bloomberg this week, studios such as Compulsion, the maker of South of Midnight, and Double Fine, the maker of Kiln and Keeper, and Ninja Theory, the maker.
Okay, so it's Compulsion, Double Fine, and Ninja Theory. That makes sense. Those three right now, that makes sense. Compulsion, we know they made no money on South of Midnight. What is it?
South of Midnight.
Okay, that was one. A Ninja Theory. We already know they don't make money, and their budgets are pretty expensive for them not making absolutely no money. No Xbox fan is buying Hellblade. It doesn't matter how good they say it looks. And Double Fine, self-explanatory. They don't sell at all. Their newest game came out and no one cared.
Of Hellblade are all currently in negotiations with Xbox to figure out what happens next, because
okay, somebody in the chat is telling me to check my PlayStation message. Please tell me it's super duper important. I got you though. Let me go check my PlayStation message and see what you sent me, man. Players today 1 million. Today versus monthly 172.5%. Weekly trend negative 5.2%. You said that this is what they say?
So Jason Schreier is making videos now. That's crazy.
Yeah, well, it's good. You said it's a million people playing Destiny. So that must be on battle.net. They're all going to try to do this shit, but they don't really care about Destiny, so it doesn't really matter. How long can they keep it up? Who knows? But they're all on there to be like, hey, we care, and keep Destiny and do another game. I don't want Sony to waste money on a PC-focused game that is a live service title. They're just trying to get out of that. We all said we don't like it. We all said single player. We all said exclusives. Now you want Sony to go back on their word, waste more fucking money. I'm sorry, man. If they gotta fucking go, I'm perfectly fine with it. I did not like the live service strategy that was PC focused. I don't like the PC port strategy. It did not help Sony. It did not help you get any new games. Must I remind you what we lost? Jason Schreier got to wait. It's real easy to show y'all what we lost because it was fucking 10 plus games and 9 associated studios to the PC strategy over the last 6 years. We lost big. Xbox might have kept all their financial losses private, but PlayStation shit was public. You got fucking completely embarrassed for the entire strategy. It did not help you, man. It didn't help us. We got less games this generation compared to any other generation. Bungie is a part of that fucking failure. 3.8 billion dollars for Bungie, and they weren't worth it at the time. They're not worth it now. You guys remember that we were supposed to get a 5-player co-op? I think 5 is too many. But a 5-player co-op Spider-Man co-op multiplayer game. And it was gonna introduce Gwen Stacy. But one of the reasons we didn't get it is because it was gonna be day and date with PC, but because PC fans can data mine shit, hack into shit, and quickly release unofficial or official mods of skins that they're trying to sell you, there's absolutely no financial reason to release a game like this. And once they fucking noticed that, they canceled the game. Some of the similar type of things happened with The Last of Us Factions Part 2. There were so many games they kept canceling because they started to see that you guys on PC did not buy games. The entire strategy depended on the PC side, not us. We can do our side. It didn't really matter. It was what they did that mattered, and it affected us. Because of what they did, we didn't get games, and you guys need to understand that. So now let me help you guys understand. Why should what we do, financially supporting PlayStation, financially supporting Sony, why should the hard-earned money that we've given to this company go into the fucking trash can for another jump at a massive, expensive live service title like Destiny 3? That, by the way, never got greenlit. It never got greenlit. It's not even greenlit. They're not even working on it. How long would you be even waiting for Destiny 3? It's not even in development. Bro, bro, stop, bro. We've been here before. I'm not going to be nice. Stop it. Think with your fucking head. Why would it make fucking financial sense to greenlit Destiny that is not in development, has not been greenlit, that's going to cost $1 billion due to the fact you got to keep the game up for so long. You got to pay for the servers that's running the game. We don't know what engine they're going to use. Maybe it's the old engine. Maybe they make a new engine. They got to bring in new staff. They about to let go 400 of them. That's half of their staff workforce. Does it even look like Bungie is in any predicament to make a fucking Destiny 3? Like the PC-centric people. And if you're a PlayStation fan, stop thinking like them. If you're a PC-centric individual, content creator, troll, or gamer, how are they going to make the fucking game? It costs money. Marathon was the chance to make money to give you a potential Destiny 3. You let Marathon flop on PC financially. That means no money is coming into Bungie. No money for Bungie, no Destiny 3. Because other than that, it's coming out of Sony's pocket. Do you really think they want to spend almost $1 billion for a 10-year strategy for Destiny 3? Not including the development time. Nah, bro. They're not going to go back to where they just left. They just left the PC-centric live service strategy. They left it. They left the PC ports. They left that shit. Jason Schreier confirmed as much. Why the fuck do you think they would go back? Why should they go back and waste money and time on projects that we don't want them to waste money and time on?
Especially this soon. Like, nigga, they just left. Why the fuck do you think they'll go back just because you want Destiny 3 to come, nigga? In fact, nigga, if Destiny 3 fell, nigga, they'll leave fucking PC. They already left, practically left PC anyways.
All day is good. It's 1 million people on Destiny 2 right now because they want to be. They want to send a message like, "Hey, we're here." But that's not the average flow of people that are on it. You have to understand that Sony's not stupid. I might have not seen that, and you may have seen that and gave me that information, so I see it. But they're on the back end. They have that information. All these decisions were already made before they tried to do the publicity stunt of "we are here." That, like, Sony literally saw the lowest, and they saw what you guys did with Marathon.
No offense, but this Marathon is dying.
What?
No, someone said that I've never played Destiny, but I'm playing Marathon. I'm like, Marathon is dying. Like,
yeah, I it doesn't really matter if you playing it now or there, but again, the whole point is, a new game makes money to give us a new game, right? That's what it happens. And this current game that's new to us is gonna make money to make another game, right? And Destiny 2 wasn't making enough money to make a big Destiny 3. So then they brought out Marathon to make money, to potentially see if people cared about the studio or anything related to the studio. So then that didn't happen. So now next, I think soon, we're about to get half of Bungie is going to be fucking fired. 400 people. Because why is 400 people working at a studio when Marathon is completely fucking done? Season 2 is already out and nobody cares. The numbers continue to go down and down and down. One of the reasons is because nobody asked for Marathon. You made a game and you brought out a game nobody cared about. This game right here in front of you, people cared about, but we didn't get it because, again, Sony, Disney, Marvel, and Insomniac looked at the financials of a Spider-Man game, which is one of the most modded games. When you bring out an IP, a Spider-Man, a Batman game, that's in the open world city, those games are easily modded and modded a lot. PC fans would not financially support this game the way they're supposed to for a live service. Then that means the responsibility would be on the PlayStation gamers. They would, in some terms, would be playing the game for free, because they wouldn't be paying for anything. So they don't, like, Sony doesn't make money, Marvel doesn't make money, Disney doesn't make money, Insomniac doesn't make money. So you brought out a fucking game that's constantly getting leaked. Characters and skins are constantly getting exposed. It fucks up the excitement factor for the console gamers. So they might be turned off from playing the game because they always get to find out early what skins are going to be in the game. It's just not, bro, it's not something you want. Do I want the game? Yes. Do I understand why it didn't come out? Fuck yes. I think what people need to understand is, why don't we have a Destiny 3 greenlit? Why doesn't Sony want to spend all the money in their fucking pocket and focus everything on fucking Destiny 3? It's not worth it. It's not worth it. A lot of people talk about SOCOM. Oh, I want SOCOM. Oh, I want SOCOM. And the last time we got SOCOM, they didn't support it. Like, you need to understand, Sony doesn't operate the same way as Microsoft. They can't just randomly waste money for fucking 10 or more years and then, oh, okay, well, that wasn't a good investment. Even Microsoft, they're like, oh, it's not a good investment. We want our money back. And if you don't give us our money back, we're cutting you down. Like, that's what's going on right now. A lot of people about to lose jobs because the money didn't come in. And you're telling me that you want Sony to waste more money on on Bungie, which, again, remember, they purchased them for $3.5 or $3.8 billion. They already lost a lot of their value, which is one of the negative aspects of the earnings call. And so now, with Marathon, again, a live sinking ship, getting less views, players on Steam than most people care to realize, everybody moving from fucking Marathon to go to Destiny so that Sony can see the big player number and then rethink their decision on even greenlighting a Destiny 3.
Yeah.
Bro, this is horrible. This is a fucking failure of a strategy. Do not do this, bro. This is not a good strategy. And that's what they built a game with no target audience, and that's why they built a game with no fucking money coming in. That's exactly what happened. No target audience means no money. That means no money coming in. That means you broke. True Woody, you said there was a target audience for Wokies. Illegal. That makes sense. But it's still illegal. I mean, I'm telling you, man, it sucks, but it is what it is, man. I don't feel sorry for Destiny for doing the wrong thing. They're fucking adults, man. They did the wrong thing. It is what it is. They did the wrong thing. I don't want to hear nothing about this bullshit about, like, fucking we Destiny 3 should come out and shit. Like, bro, just stop, please, man. This anything, stop. Listen to some Jason Schreier, because this is fucking pointless.
I'm going to talk about Xbox. They get new tranches over time, and each of it is kind of like vesting over a certain period. And so to get their full comp, they need to stick around. There's this kind of infamous program that they have called 55 and 15, which is basically if you've been there for 15 years and you are age 55 or older, you can retire, and then all of your stock will vest as a result. And so essentially, again, more incentive to just stick around at the company to keep your job. So just keep that in the back of your head as we kind of go through the Xbox story. All right. So how did we get here? Let's go back to 2013. So this is the end of the Xbox 360 era. The Xbox 360 is up there with the PlayStation 3, duking it out for number one. I believe the 360 is number one at one point. I don't remember. I think they're both kind of like neck and neck towards the end in terms of hard.
So you guys know I know about the PS3 generation. This is going to be a fun watch, because if he gets anything wrong, I'll call him out on it. But right now, he's kind of right. But if he gets anything wrong, I'll call him out. I think that he's done enough research. I can already fucking see that he's done enough research to get this whole shit right. It's pretty public. We've all been talking about it on a fanboy level. He's going to be talking about it on a business financial level. But the fanboy level and the financial level has merged together over this generation, where we have a little bit more insight and understanding on how these finances affect the games we love and vice versa. He's not going to be able to tell me anything I don't know, but it is good to have an expert that maybe you guys believe to tell you guys the same exact shit I've been saying for fucking years. So again, remember, I've been saying this shit for over 10 years on this YouTube channel, 15 years if you be honest. On this YouTube channel alone. He is now going to say it out of his mouth for the first time in the 15-year history. That is why it's crazy. A lot of journalists and insiders and reviewers like him and high-level content creators are finally admitting what we've all been saying about Xbox and everything. Yeah, so everybody is fucking late. Even when it came to the PC strategy, he finally admitted that it didn't work out for Sony financially. Let's continue.
Hardware sales. I believe the PS3 might have slightly inched out the 360 by the end of things, but essentially they were on par at that point. And the X.
Now, okay, so he did. I don't know if he's about to say it, but he missed out on the fact that even though they tied up at the end, and then PS3 did outsell the Xbox 360. That is a fact. It did. The 360 came out a year ahead of PS3. So you have to factor that in. PlayStation caught up to Xbox after Xbox had a 1 year head start.
Oh, stop.
So Xbox was already older than PS3, and PS3 still made a comeback.
Xbox, I mean, a lot of people associate it with big hits like Halo and Gears and Forza, but it also really innovated and brought to the games industry this idea of indie games that weren't just kind of like these random garage hits that you, or garage creations that you might find on your PC if you know the right file share programs to look for, but also these legitimate potential hits like Braid and Limbo and Super Meat Boy and even Minecraft. All of those games became hits in part or mostly because they were on Xbox's Xbox Live Arcade program, which allowed some of these indie games not just to be distributed to Xbox console owners, but also gave them promotion on the Xbox UI and really helped these people just kind of stand out. They got support from it.
Okay, he's boring me.
Don't worry about the online stuff. Eventually, they get rid of Don Matrick during this period, but it's kind of too late to recover. And
so this is the thing. One thing I could tell about Jason Schreier, which I've already fucking knew, I had a huge hunch that he was PC centric because everything he's written, he had a lot of bias towards against PlayStation, but he favored PC very heavily. He spent a good amount of time just now talking about Xbox and how they did good with indies, right? Now, do you remember when the next generation started with PS4 and Xbox fans kept calling us the indie station? They basically publicly admitted they didn't like indies. And not only that, you got to remember all the great games that PlayStation made popular, especially when it comes to Rocket League, which was day and date on PlayStation Plus and got a big, huge following. So, it's nice that he's saying that, but that's not actually how the story goes. The story goes is that PlayStation did more for indie devs than Xbox did during their 360 generation. And PlayStation continued to do more for indie devs on the second generation after beating Xbox, and that was PS5. So the two generations after they beat Xbox, because they did have to compete during the 360 generation, they whooped Xbox's ass on what they did and what they continue to do for indie developers. The one thing they don't allow is that early access titles, they don't allow unfinished games on our platform. Xbox is so desperate that they don't give a fuck. That's the only difference.
One of the biggest problems is still intact, which is that the Xbox One is still sold with the Kinect bundled in. The Kinect, for people to remember, is the kind of the body motion sensing device that Microsoft used to manufacture and had its pros and cons. And so as a result of that, the Xbox One was sold.
I'm going to tear apart this whole video. No. He said that Kinect had its pros and cons. No, it didn't. Nobody wanted Kinect. Nobody cared if it had pros. Nobody cared if it had cons. It was a PR nightmare. Why? Because it was a $100 paperweight that nobody asked for. You forced it onto people, and you lost the console war because of shit like that. Then after a year of you bundling it together, you unbundled it so that you could come down in price. But by that time, PlayStation already had massive, they had massive market share worldwide. So I like it, what he's doing, but he's leaving a lot of massive things out. And I remember this shit like that. He's missing a lot of things.
For $500, whereas the competing PlayStation 4, which came out around the same time, November 2013, was sold for $400. With that, the console war was essentially over. The next year, they wind up detaching the Kinect and selling the Xbox One for $400 to try to compete, but a little bit too little, too late. So Phil Spencer.
That's exactly what I just said.
Spencer takes over. Phil Spencer takes over in 2014. He's a Microsoft lifer, been there for like his entire life. It was the only job he had was being at Microsoft, and he is kind of seen as he's well liked, he's gregarious, he's amicable, and he is seen as someone with a vision for what Xbox could look like 1 year, 5 years, 10 years down the road. One of his first big bets in the 2 or 3 years after he takes over is this initiative called Xbox Game Pass that they see as their version of Netflix for gaming. And Phil Spencer, I think, pretty wisely recognizes that as production costs keep going up, the volatility of the games industry just keeps increasing. And
false. Again, he has a college degree. He has a lot of value when it comes to business, but that's. So wait, are you adding something or are you talking to someone?
No, I'm not. I'm not. No, I'm not adding it.
Okay.
I'm
okay. So there's a lot of things that he's twisting on the history of the console war. And also the business side. Game Pass does not exist because Phil Spencer had the foresight of how expensive games were. Game Pass exists so that in the media
the Game Pass only existed because Microsoft couldn't fucking sell shit. That's why they brought out fucking Game Pass, nigga.
Exactly. So let me go deeper into why it really exists. What you're saying is true, but let's go into the detail. It's better to go into detail rather than saying, "Oh, it wasn't selling shit." Well, what happened was, you had the UK sales chart every week, right? And every week they would show PlayStation's just whooping Xbox's ass by 80%, 70%. The market share or the game or a specific game was just selling better on PlayStation. Xbox was like, well, that sucks. We're never going to be able to jump ahead if the truth is still publicly available on how much a game is selling on PlayStation versus our platform for a multi-platform game. But if we can lock that game into Game Pass, we don't have to disclose those numbers publicly, and the journalists will not disclose those numbers publicly because the game was essentially available to them at no additional cost through this subscription. And that was their big brain fucking scheme. Why do I know this? How do I know this? Because it happened. It happens even to this day. When they talk about Expedition 33, they'll talk about how much it did on PlayStation and maybe on PC. When it gets to Xbox, they just leave it out because they're like, oh, well, it launched day and date on Game Pass. They could still give a number. It will be really, really small. But what they say in that department is it launched on Game Pass. Now, if Game Pass didn't exist and the game came out and it got like 90% sold on PlayStation for physical and then like 10% on Xbox, in a PR sense, it wouldn't be good for Xbox. Now, think about if that went on from 2013 all the way to 2026. That'd be bad. I don't even think Xbox would make it to 2026 because that type of public information would be devastating. It doesn't matter that they were able to keep that information secret from us. I knew. We all knew these games weren't selling. We also knew that there's no value in the Xbox brand. So Game Pass prevented us from learning how bad it was, but we knew. It got so bad right now that Xbox or Microsoft was like, nah, bro, we lost way too much money. And now all the truth is coming out and about to continue to come out on how bad it was. Now, again, this guy is trying to say Phil Spencer brought out Game Pass because he knew how expensive game development was. Well, that's bullshit. Game development was not that expensive during the PS4 generation, and nobody really publicly complained about it until this generation. So that's cap. It's not seen in no fucking news article that Phil Spencer came up with Game Pass because of how expensive game development was for other devs. No. They wanted to have some sort of exclusivity on a game that was multiple platform And the way that they could do it is give it to their gamers for no additional cost if they subscribe to their service. That is why Game Pass exists. And the underlying aspect to hide sales data from the public, to hide the fact that they had a small ass percentage of market share that was not moving, which we found that out. When PlayStation was almost at 100 million consoles sold for PS4, Xbox was like a fucking 30-something million. That proves my point. And that's public. So yeah, what he says is valuable sometimes, but he twists stuff and he has biases. He has favorites. That is why I don't always use this guy. He was the one that, along with many others, that wanted Sony to go and do the PC strategy. He thought that would be financially viable for Sony. Remember, PlayStation was already winning. They won the PS4 generation. They didn't need to be saved by the PC community. But he thought they did. So now, I'm not going to, every time he tells a lie, I'm going to fucking correct it.
Well, put it down.
So you need to sell more and more copies to get a hit. This is becoming a problem for Microsoft. And so why not take after the software initiatives within the org and get people...
Actually... That's not what I'm looking for. Okay, so guys, I need to make something to eat. I have not eaten anything all day, and I need some fucking food. I'll be right back. Just give me, if I don't eat now, I probably won't eat all day, and I don't want to do that. So, give me a second. Okay, I got some food. Oh yeah, good stuff. Somebody put a PC port begging wallpaper. What's that all about? Got the PC fans crying. That's not it. Let's continue.
On a subscription, get a stable source of recurring revenue, get people paying $10 a month and just continuing to do so. This is also a time when, like Netflix, we're seeing the rise of streaming services in film and TV. So it seems like a viable business model, and Phil Spencer sees this as the kind of the North Star for Xbox at this point. Game Pass launches in 2017. Soon it's getting...
That whole explanation is bullshit. All he had to say is that games were not selling on Xbox, and this was an easier way to get the games to the gamers to stop paying for games. That's the only reason Xbox Game Pass exists.
Day one versions of every Xbox game. Around the same time, quick kind of side note here, with Xbox One sales struggling, Spencer decides to put all of their games on PC, which is essentially the end of Xbox exclusivity, which I think that people kind of point to the recent initiatives of PlayStation being on PlayStation and Switch as like, oh, Xbox isn't exclusive anymore. But really, this is it. Because if you can get Xbox games on PC, that means that if you are a PC user, and there are many millions of them out there, you have very little reason to buy an Xbox. More on that stuff in a bit. But let's get back to Game Pass. For Game Pass to work, it needs a lot of games.
Again, like you said, if you can buy Xbox games on PC, why do you buy an Xbox? The same individual that wanted Sony to go to PC and had to report, he was very elated. He was very excited. And he was so proud to announce that Sony was going to put their games on PC. He's the same guy that announced that Sony's going back on their word and not going to put games on PC no more. And he just admitted that them putting games on PC meant that the games were not exclusive. Again, Gears is not exclusive to Xbox. It's still on PC. He just fucking said it. You don't need an Xbox to play Gears. And it will be announced for PlayStation 5, guaranteed.
And Spencer and the Xbox org wind up paying a lot of developers to put their games on Game Pass, and those deals wind up helping a lot of developers. A lot of developers stay solvent over the years, but it's not enough. And Spencer wants a way bigger back catalog, and just he wants hundreds of games on there, because the only way for a Netflix of gaming to work is to have a huge catalog of software out there. So he goes on a shopping spree, and that is in part buoyed by the success of the big 2014 acquisition that Xbox made, which was Minecraft and Mojang, which is for $2.5 billion and worked incredibly well. I mean, Minecraft is still, to this day, many, many years later, it's still one of the biggest games in the world. So 2018, 2019 era, he buys Double Fine and Compulsion and Obsidian and In Exile and Ninja Theory and a whole bunch more. Playground. And then in 2020, Xbox buys ZeniMax, the company behind Bethesda, for $7.5 billion, which gives them access to franchises like Fallout and Elder Scrolls and Doom. Essentially takes this massive third-party publisher and puts them into the Xbox umbrella. And one of their first things that they say is like, hey, we're going to put all these games, they're going to be they're all going to be day one on Game Pass. They're all going to be part of our just kind of broad strategy. We're going to put them on Xbox and PC. Part of the arrangement behind all of these acquisitions is that these studios get to keep their autonomy. ZeniMax becomes its own entity, or stays its own entity, still reporting to its CEO, Jamie Leader, while studios like Double Fine and Obsidian turn into what's called limited integration studios. They're told, make great games, take risks, try to win awards. It's okay if a game isn't a huge hit, because it can still be useful to Xbox as part of this broad strategy to get games on Game Pass. So Double Fine might be a perfect example of that. This is an independent studio in San Francisco that has been around for many, many years. It's one that you might know well if you've watched Make Great Games.
Let's talk about this. He says all they needed to do is make great games, and even if they didn't sell well, it's all right, because it's a part of the broad strategy to put the games on Game Pass. Like I said, they were paying for games to not be on PlayStation. A lot of the early Game Pass titles were not on PlayStation. Sometimes they would do six month exclusivity. It could be 2 months. It could be a year. I know when it came to some of the other games like Ori and the Blind Forest, the Will o' the Wisp, both of those Ori games never came to PlayStation. They went to Switch, but they never came to PlayStation. When you're looking at situations like this, you have to understand the strategy behind it. You also have to understand the malicious intent behind it. To compete on the level that they were competing with the Xbox 360. Like they were putting games on over on 360 and they didn't put them on PlayStation. That's cool. That's all a part of the console war, but they had to play it in a different way because they were losing. They had already lost. They thought that if you could give a pro-consumer stance that if you play over here, you don't have to pay for your games, it'll be all right. But if you don't have to pay for your games, who gets paid? And how long does something like that go on without someone checking the fucking balance sheet? Again, he loves indies. I love indies. But he has a personal connection with developers behind the scenes that make these games. He's friends with them. He's colleagues with them. I understand that. However, you can't be blind to how the world works. Not everything is free. I guarantee you when he drinks his coffee over the last 5 years, he noticed the price was going up. I guarantee you if he eats bread, he noticed that over the last 5 years, the price was going up. Things get more expensive. You can't give away multi-million-dollar games for free on a subscription service. And I say for free because if you subscribe to the service, you're not paying no additional cost to play that game or the multitude of other games. How do you split a penny 100 ways? If you, let's say you do $1, and we know this to be true. In the early days, Game Pass was being given away for $1. You go and get a Pop-Tarts or some cereal, and you can get a Game Pass code, and you keep fucking doing that, and you're playing Game Pass for free, essentially. How do you split Game Pass revenue? How do you split $100 in 100 ways? And you gotta split them in another kind of multitude of 100 ways for each 100 because people gotta eat. Bills gotta be paid, right? Bro, you playing these games on Game Pass for $1 did not feed nobody, bro. I'm surprised this shit went on for as long as it went on. And I'm happy that Asher Sharma is getting to the root of this. I'm happy that Nadella is waking up and understand this shit is not working and did not work. They want their money back. And it's not they. It's Microsoft. The one that fucking greenlit all this, they want that money back. They were promised that this shit was going to work.
Take risks, try to win awards. It's okay if a game isn't a huge hit because it can still be useful to...
It's okay if a game is not a huge hit. It can still be useful. Again, we have an example. Sorrows. Great game. And it did sell much better than Alenia Analytics said it did. It can be useful. Returnal. It was useful. It got awards. It made people want to buy a PlayStation. Xbox, not so much. South of Midnight did not make people want to buy an Xbox. And then it came over to PlayStation and did nothing. You know, Deathloop came out, did nothing. What was the game called? Ghostwire Tokyo. I love that game, by the way. I love that game. Came out, nothing. Didn't move the needle. Launched day and date on Game Pass. After it was on PlayStation first, didn't do shit. And again, like Redfall came out, didn't do it. I mean, just look at the games that didn't sell. Look at the studios they're associated with, and those are the ones that are getting closed down. Hellblade 2 didn't do anything. Not compared to Hellblade 1. It did absolutely nothing to move the needle. They played it on Game Pass at no additional cost. When you're playing a game like Hellblade that you know cost a pretty penny because it looked pretty at no additional cost, you're not making any money off of that. Where's the money being made? That's all I want to know. Where's the money being made? Xbox can't get away doing the type of things that PlayStation was doing because money is still massively flowing into Sony to make sure everything is running all right and we still get the best games. That is not the case at Xbox. And he knows this. That's why he's making this fucking video. That's why the video is called How Things Got So Bad. He's leaving some stuff out. He's twisting some parts of history. But I'm here to help you guys out. We've covered the downward spiral of Xbox for the better part of 15 years on this channel, associated with all the other great things that we've covered on PlayStation and all the great games and Game of the Year and all my PS3 gameplay. But wow. Oh, the Starfield. They didn't make their money back. If they did, they would have never came to PlayStation. People play, if you playing it on Game Pass at no additional cost, you're losing $70 off that individual. You're not getting it back. South of Midnight, same thing.
Xbox as part of this broad strategy to get games on Game Pass. So Double Fine might be a perfect example of that. This is an independent studio in San Francisco that has been around for many, many years. It's one that you might know well if you've watched the Double Fine documentary series, including Psychodyssey, about the making of Psychonauts 2, which at one...
You see how excited he is to talk about that? No offense. I'm not a Double Fine studio, and certain developers, they don't do it for me. And when it comes to the type of games they make, they have no impact, they do not move the needles, and they're just making pet projects that they want, but not something we want. And Double Fine had been able to do that for many years. How, I don't fucking know. And they did finally get around to making Psychonauts 2. But before even doing that, they were making tons of fucking games that nobody cared about. And they did it again recently. It moved absolutely no needle. Microsoft's looking at the balance sheet like, why do we still have this person here? As simple as that. It makes absolutely no sense when you think about it. I'm going to go get my food and fix some other stuff. I'll be right back. But yeah, man, like I feel like people like him are so emotionally invested into their friends and what they're doing that they're not seeing how bad their friends are doing. And it's something that they need to be able to see, and because if they can't see it, they won't understand it. And they're going to be surprised about this. He is surprised about this. Although he's covering it, he's not covering the best. Because he's covering it from one spectrum, from one point of view. From the side of the console war, a gaming veteran, a content creator, a console war veteran as well, like myself, I saw the financial aspect from a gamer's level. It always was a financial aspect. Think about it. Everybody listening to the sound of my voice, you all said it. Like, how are they making money from giving Game Pass away for $1? We all said it. We were like, how are they making money? How are they making money? That's the answer. They never made money. They were not making money. We all wanted to know how they were making all this money from Game Pass, and we were never getting updates on how many people were subscribed to Game Pass. People that play game on Game Pass, they thought that they were going to play the game or pay to play the game that they already played, and that never happened either. Oh, we discovered a game through Game Pass, and in the middle of me playing the game, I wanted to stop and go pay you, even though I already had full access to play through the entire game and get achievements without paying you, no additional money. I want to stop in the middle of my playthrough and pay you. Again, I've used this analogy before. When you were younger and you went to cookouts and birthday parties, Did people stop you at the door and ask you for money for the amount of food that you're about to eat? The birthday cake that they're about to cut for little Tommy that you knew? Did they stop you at the door and say, well, I know you're going to get a piece of birthday cake and some juice. I need money for that. Or at a cookout, you're eating a hot dog or drinking somebody's beer and they come up to everybody and they start asking for money? No, that's not how it works. So you can't expect people to play games at no additional cost on Game Pass and then them stop playing and have a change of heart and start paying for the game. Jason Schreier is already confirming, oh, well, because games are so expensive to everybody, Game Pass is really good. For who? The corporation? Yes, we're not supposed to defend the corporation. I understand that. But, bro, nothing in life is free. So you expect these dudes to be eating video games at no additional cost for the last 6 fucking years? And you think Microsoft was never going to pull a plug on any of these studios? Bro, you got to be insane to think that. You got to be insane to think that. Exactly. There's no incentive to pay for Xbox Game Pass titles. You already have full access to them. You're getting the achievements. You get to play them start to finish. In some cases, you get DLC for it. Why would you stop in the middle of your play and be so heartbroken that the developer is not making money, which already got paid to put the game on Game Pass from Microsoft, and pay them money? That's not how the Xbox community works. They don't do that. That's why their favorite studios are getting closed down. Because they don't believe in supporting developers. I'll be right back. I know. I'm trying to cook some food in the air fryer, and the reason why I have to do that is because I need a lot of energy. Because I'm about to use a lot of energy ripping this dude apart. I mean, I don't have a problem with Jason Schreier outside of him being a weasel, but his account of the I don't know where his account of what happened came from. Like, what did it just come from a journalistic aspect? But I feel like having a gamer aspect, a console war aspect of what happened matters a lot more, because that is closer to reality of what happened. Thank you for subscribing. Nope. Where is the subscription thing? No, that's a weird one. Why was the subscription thing all the way down here? I have no idea. Somebody subscribed. I think somebody subscribed. We'll figure it out. My subscription notification was underneath all the other notifications. I don't know why. But I'll be right back.
Jay, what the fuck happened? Where the fuck are you?
We got some developments here. Let me so much. Oh my God. Fucking PC port beggar. Hold on, man. Let me get that guy off the screen. He's crying too much. He's crying too much. Okay. I want you guys to listen to this. Now, this was based off of what we already know, but there was something. Oh no! Don't do it! Don't do. Fuck! I hate when Twitter. I swear to fucking God, I hate when you're looking at something on Twitter and the page refreshes. I can't fucking stand it. Hey, yo, wow, bro. Yo. Oh wow. Bro, it's funny when like people think that I'm the worst when it comes to the PlayStation community, bro. Yo, wow. Just know.
Xbox Series.
I just saw somebody make a fucking. Just you know what, man? You gotta see this to believe it, bro. Like, where's You gotta see this. Just watch this. Somebody is making a fucking Xbox Series X with hot dogs. I'm not joking. Just take a look at this. They're making a fucking Xbox Series X with hot dogs. What is going on? Well, like, what are we even doing, bro? Like, what is really going on here? What the fuck, bro? The fuck? Man. Oh, that's fucked up, bro. They made a fucking Xbox Series Glizzy, bro. I can't unsee that, bro. I can't unsee that for real. Oh, man. Oh, wow, that was dope. That is fucking hilarious, bro. Luckily, that post that I was pissed off about not being here, I can let you guys listen to it. Trust me, you're going to want to hear this. So, I think this is based off somebody's the journalist's interpretation of what's going on with Sony and how they're moving. But this is definitely what you want to hear. So let's listen to this real quick.
The leadership change has certainly changed the dynamic of the culture in terms of what strategies are being put in place. And from my understanding, there are some former hardware people now that are, taking a more prominent voice. And so, being former hardware people, hardware people believe in exclusives, for better or worse. The leadership change has certainly...
So he says, hardware people believe in exclusive for better or worse. Was Nishino a part of PlayStation 4 and PlayStation 5 hardware before being promoted to CEO of PlayStation?
Yes, Hideaki Nishino was involved in the PlayStation 4 and PlayStation 5 hardware and software development, even before his promotion to CEO of PlayStation.
Okay, so that's who the guy talking about. First of all, he's salty. The journalist is salty. That hardware guys believe in exclusives for better or worse. What does that even fucking mean? Why else even create a box if you don't have exclusives to sell the box? So he's definitely talking about Nishino. I'm going to let you guys listen to that one more time because it goes by in 20 seconds. But he sounds really salty at the end.
The leadership change has certainly changed the dynamic of the culture in terms of what strategies are being put in place. And from my understanding, there are some former hardware people now that are, taking a more prominent voice. And so, being former hardware people, hardware people believe in exclusives, for better or worse.
Believe in exclusives for better or worse. Like, what? All games are supposed to be on all platforms? How does that fucking help? Trust me, they tried the multi-platform shit. They put their games on PC. That did not help Sony. It didn't help Xbox. I'm so fucking done. PlayStation's recent changes in strategy. Strategy changes. Wait, what? PlayStation's recent changes in strategy changes are due to the shift of the new leadership and power. The new leadership are traditionally hardware store focused. Hideaki Nishino roles within the PlayStation ranks from starting in the Ken Kugaragi era to the Kaz Hirai. Oh, he's a fucking legend. The Kaz Hirai and everyone in between, all the way to Jim Ryan era. Yeah, the dude's been in with PlayStation and been with Sony for a long time. He deserved that. He deserved that promotion. And he knows what PlayStation gamers want, bro. You're not going to be able to sell hardware if you're still putting your games on other platforms. Rumor PS5, PS5 Pro versions in development for Fable, Gears, E-Day, Perfect Dark, Evolve, Blade, Halo. That was a rumor. And it's funny because that rumor was old as shit. Halo came out to be true. Fable came out to be true. Evolve did come to PlayStation. Perfect Dark got canceled. Gears E-Day was scheduled for being on PlayStation. Blade looks like it's going to get canceled. So this rumor came out to be true. Old rumor, but it did come out to be true. Of course, it's got to be a throwback to the PS2, PS3 gen. Why would you expect to sell a lot of hardware without any software that can only be found on that hardware? It makes absolutely no sense. When journalists and insiders do what they do and say what they say, it's like, bro, you are completely missing the point. If something is available everywhere, it's not valuable. Like, people love the dollar store, right? But it's available everywhere. That's not something you want to go to. You go to if you really need some shit for cheap, but it's not the first thought in your mind. If you got money, you're not going to fucking dollar store. You're going somewhere more expensive. Simple as that, man. Like, I don't get it, man. That's dumb. Like, you expecting Sony to give away what makes them special. Why? The fuck? It makes absolutely no sense. A game dev has started making his own version of Grand Theft Auto 6 with AI and wants to release it before Rockstar does. Well, good luck with that lawsuit. That's an interesting thing. I don't get it. Everybody wants to do this whole thing about everybody should put all games on all platforms. I mean, look at this. The strategy isn't helping or saving Xbox, yet these journalists and insiders, they want this. Why do you want this type of financial chaos? And then you scratch your head and act like you don't know how we got in a specific situation. Like, come on, bro. I'll be right back. Let me check on my food. These dudes, they need help, man. They need help. What's going on, East? Okay, I found some real honey and mustard. Like real shit. It's made of real honey and mustard. Make some chicken nuggets. I'm gonna be here for a while. I just want to get analyze this stuff. Can you analyze this and find out which podcast this was from, or because he's obviously talking about Nishino when it comes to exclusives. But he seemed to be really salty at the end when he said better or worse. Exclusives sell the hardware. There's no point in having the hardware if your exclusives are available on everybody else's hardware. Let's see if AI can cross-reference this. Well, while that's happening, let's listen to the rest of Jason Pyre. Microsoft is killing Xbox. Finally, Osmond Gold finally talks about it. Oh, I can't wait to watch that later on. About 10 minutes, I'm going to check on my food.
So again, I will say I cannot recommend enough if you want to understand how games are made and get a little glimpse behind the curtain into the messy development process. So please go watch that.
No, nigga, I don't care. It's not a messy process if you're making fun games and you're making games that people want. It's not messy. It's only messy when you try to insert shit that you know are going to be financially risky for you and your company. So, like, no, I don't need to fucking hear that shit.
But yeah, so these guys, I mean, Double Fine is an example of a studio that like has kind of survived, but never really had a huge hit. It's not the type of studio you buy if you want extreme profitability, if you want Call of Duty level numbers. We'll get to that. So that's not the mandate. The mandate is like you can be successful at the studio as long as you are making a game that contributes to the overall value of Game Pass, which is our main mission. At the end of 2020, around the same period, Xbox launches the Xbox Series X and Series S. One is more powerful, one is more affordable, and
he did it again. He says one is more powerful, one is more affordable. Again, this is how they talk. This is how journalists talk. When we talk, we're like, one is more powerful, one is more weaker. We know the weaker one is cheaper. You don't have to say that. One is more powerful, one is more weaker. Let me play this again and listen to him. Listen to him.
At the end of 2020, around the same period, Xbox launches the Xbox Series X and Series S. One is more powerful, one is more affordable, and
one is more powerful, one is more affordable. This shit is gonna fucking make me crash out. What the fuck? Just say one is more powerful and one is more weaker.
At the end of 2020, around the same period, Xbox launches the Xbox Series X and Series S. One is more powerful, one is more affordable.
Again, I want to ask you guys a question. Like, bro. I'm gonna go put up a poll because I need to see. I'm gonna go put up a poll. The question is, who is better at talking about the history of the console war? The console wars with an S. Because, bro, the way he just described it is not... See, this... If you go by his way, Xbox would have been much better off this gen, or last gen too. But nah, the way it really happened is that's why Xbox is in the position they're in. They released a cheaper one that no one cared about because we all publicly knew it was weaker. And then they released a more expensive one that was more powerful. That was the one that all the fans were bragging about with the 12 teraflops, right? Okay, PlayStation gamers, we brought the digital or the physical. They were exactly the same. One was digital, one was physical. The architecture was completely the same. The RAM, the gigs, all of that, completely the same. The SSD speeds, completely the same. They were the only ones that released a platform that there were two different platforms that were completely different inside as well as out. Again, you cannot sit up here and say, oh, one was more powerful, one was more affordable. Well, you could say one was more expensive and one was cheaper, or you could say one was weaker and one was more powerful. You can't mix the two just to fit your fucking narrative. This is why I don't always use everything that these guys say, man. This is why I don't do it.
Main mission. At the end of 2020, around the same period, Xbox launches the Xbox Series X and Series S. One is more powerful, one is more affordable, and the idea is hopefully get back in the hardware race after really losing this Xbox One generation. Because at this point, Xbox hardware sales have truly kind of fallen off a cliff. The PlayStation is outselling it 2-1 by many estimates. We don't know the real numbers because things have gotten so bad that Microsoft decided to stop reporting Xbox sales numbers, Xbox hardware sales numbers. Which one rule of thumb in the games industry is that if you've sold well, if you're doing well, you share numbers. If a game does not share sales numbers, chances are it is not delivering the expectations that people were hoping for. But one of the problems with the Xbox Series, other than just kind of losing a lot of people to PlayStation over the last generation, one of the problems is that it doesn't have a killer app because the new Halo game, Halo Infinite, which was planned for launch, is delayed to fall 2021. It is having all sorts of development issues. That's a story for another day. And man, I talked about budgets on a previous video. Maybe one day I'll talk a little bit about Halo Infinite and its challenges and its budget. The budget behind that game is I think larger than most people would ever even guess. That game winds up coming out in fall of 2021, and I think has a kind of strong start, but like ultimately winds up disappointing players. Again, story for another time. So it's 2021. Xbox hardware sales are not where they need to be. It's initiatives like cloud, which is the idea that like you could stream a game to a device and play it using Microsoft's servers, and so you don't need to buy an expensive piece of hardware to play it. That initiative has not really taken off in a big way. Game Pass has done fairly well, but subscriptions have kind of plateaued. There isn't a ton of growth in it. COVID has led to a lot of big gaming growth. Interest rates are at zero. A lot of crazy acquisitions going on, and Phil Spencer takes a big swing. Activision Blizzard at this point is facing a lot of turmoil. It's dealing with misconduct lawsuits and a lot of exposés written about it. And Phil Spencer decides to buy it for nearly $70 billion, the equivalent of 28 Minecrafts, in a deal that is announced in January of 2022. So there are a few reasons that this deal makes sense from Xbox's perspective.
That's the wrong number. So the number that journalists talk about all the time with Activision, they either give out 68 billion or 70, but in reality it was 75. I just heard Jason Schreier say that Microsoft acquired Activision for $70 billion, but I thought they had to pay additional money to keep the staff. Wasn't it more than $70 billion? What the hell? How much did Microsoft pay to acquire Activision after factoring in all the staff they had to keep? Was it $78 billion, $68 billion, $75 billion, or $70 billion? The number is $75.4 billion. I'll put that up in the chat. It's $75.4 billion. It's showing me right now on Wikipedia. It was $68.7 billion, but the total cost came to around $75.4 billion. So if you add on Bethesda, which was like $7.2 billion, that's like almost, you're already almost at fucking $100 billion. Let me see, 75 point. Oh, I gotta check my food. Okay, what is this? This is 75.4 plus 7.2, and that equals $82.6 billion, including all the other people. So that's almost like, you're going north of $100 billion just between their original hiring spree, and I think they said they picked up, I'll just round it out to $2.4 billion for, let me see. How much did Microsoft spend on all their acquisitions between Skype for the benefit of Xbox all the way to the recent acquisition of Activision Blizzard? Was it like close to $100 billion? Just seeing if AI knows, if they're gonna fucking ask that question. It's a loaded question, but it's you know, I kind of know where the math is. Cause it didn't start with I don't think it started with Mojang. It started with,
Yes. Microsoft spent roughly
Jesus!
$4 billion on gaming and Xbox related acquisitions, from Skype in 2011 to the Activision Blizzard deal in 2023. That estimate is very accurate.
Yes. It's $94 billion. I'm going to put it up on the screen because I don't even think you guys are going to. Look, man, it's best to do your fucking research, because if you don't do your research on these Xbox fans, they're going to try to get ahead of you. You don't want them to get ahead of you, man. I'm telling you right now. That's just on acquisitions. $94 billion. Round out to $93.9 billion. And then anything else related to that can easily tip the cost of that over to $100 billion. And Skype, remember, they shut down Skype. Skype ain't even here no more. They shut down Skype. They brought Skype so Skype couldn't be added on PS4. Skype was going to be a feature on the PlayStation 4, just like we have video chat on PS3. Well, they were going to go with Skype. Sony was going to go with Skype because Skype was already a PlayStation partner with PSP and PS Vita, which had Skype support. So they were going to put Skype on PS4, and Microsoft caught wind of it, and they acquired Skype specifically so PS4 would not have Skype. That is what fucking happened. It's fucking diabolical, but they did that. And then after they acquired Skype, they had no use for Skype, and Skype slowly died until they just fucking closed it down and incorporated all assets over to their Windows video messenger. Oh my gosh. I'm about to go put that up on screen real quick. Actually, I really want to go put it over on a somatic file, which I will, but I'm also going to go add that over to the PlayStation Legion file, because I think that all PlayStation Legion members need to have this ammo. This is big ammo. They tried to buy the whole gaming industry to beat Sony and still lost. Exactly, right? Exactly. They tried to buy the whole gaming industry and they still fucking lost. $100 billion, almost $100 billion worth of fucking acquisitions, and they still got beat, bro. Let's go post this shit over Jason Schreier's face. I don't mind Jason Schreier, but I don't like his interpretation on history. I think his interpretation on history is greatly misguided. And I know he despises console fans, maybe because he's jealous, but man, it's really weird that he would sit up there and just try to change what actually happened in console war history, because, bro, what happened in console war history is what happened in real history. We're not twisting anything. We're just direct on who won and who lost. Here you guys go. I'm going to cover up my cam real quick and go check on my food. But go take a look at that. Oh, I know my research. Trust me. See, he will never say that they did this. He will never add all the shit up. I will add all the shit up. Now, I want y'all to think about this. This is $93.9 billion worth of acquisitions in the benefit of Xbox. Now, I want you to think about the other $100 billion that we're hearing that they spent on Xbox not related to acquisitions. Now, $100 billion that they wasted on Xbox for 6 years. And then over the last, from 2011 to 2026, $93.9 billion worth of acquisitions. That's basically $200 billion. And you want to know why Microsoft is freaking out and want to get their money back? This is why. Again, look at this, but add in the other $100 billion. It's not associated with acquisitions. I know a lot of people are not talking about this, but you have to understand they are two different things. The money they invested in Xbox and the money that they used specifically for acquisitions that came from Microsoft's pocket. Look at this shit. Look at it. Hold on. There was a R&D. There was a R&D that they acquired. Now that I remember. Do you remember HoloLens? I'm about to go ask AI. I'm going to add this research into AI and then double check it with what we have and add in. Because if the $93.9 billion is what it is for acquisitions. Is, I don't know if that's included. I wanted to know, because I asked Google search about all the acquisitions, including Skype. But I also wanted to know how much would this number go up if you added in the research that Microsoft acquired for HoloLens, and also the money that they potentially lost on HoloLens being a financial failure, as well as any other type of acquisitions that they had made for the benefit of Xbox at all, even if it was a 1% benefit. And how would it boost the $93.9 billion receipt that I have right here when it comes to their acquisitions, Microsoft's acquisitions for the benefit of Xbox? This shit about to be crazy. Again, this is Game Pass. This is what we're doing. Oh yeah, I don't forget shit. See, while Jason Schreier wants to write up his own history about the console war, I, for one, I do not forget. Oh, whoa, oh shit! You might want to listen to this. We got over 101.4 billion dollars. That's where we're at right now for acquisitions. I knew I was right. And again, this is $101.4 billion for acquisitions. The other $100 billion, that's just for the whole Xbox brand for the last 6 years or 10 years. This is why it is $200 billion. I've always said they lost $200 billion. I always stand by that. No one else talked about it. You heard it here first, and you're about to get the news as to where the rest of the money came from. Here we go. Here we go. Let's get that message down. I want y'all to listen to this.
Expanding your baseline calculation from the asterisk 93.9 billion receipt shown IN file 1,096,430 link to .jpg asterisk asterisk, which covers the core pillars OF Activision Blizzard 68.7B, ZeniMax Bethesda 7.5B, Mojang Minecraft 2.5B, and Skype $8.5 billion, requires adding specialized technical acquisitions, enterprise R&D, and structural write-downs that filter into the Xbox infrastructure. If we account for the broader spectrum of HoloLens R&D losses, background tech acquisitions, and structural middleware tools that carry even a minor benefit to the gaming division, the true total financial ledger changes significantly. 1. The HoloLens factor, R&D, and financial write-downs. While HoloLens was spearheaded as an enterprise Windows mixed reality project, the core research directly funded Xbox's tracking capabilities, cloud spatial anchoring, and future AR/VR foundational logic. The sunk research costs. Microsoft never officially broke down the exact internal R&D cash burn for HoloLens from its 2015 announcement to its final hardware discontinuation. However, industry analysts estimate the cumulative development overhead, customized silicon engineering, the holographic processing unit, and talent acquisition over a decade easily cost Microsoft $3 billion to $5 billion. The financial losses. A major blow came from the friction surrounding their $22 billion U.S. Army IVAS, Integrated Visual Augmentation System contract. The contract was heavily scaled down, restructured, and faced budget freezes due to technical issues. Following widespread layoffs in the mixed reality divisions and the complete cessation of HoloLens hardware development, Microsoft absorbed immense operational losses and asset write-downs. Added to the receipt. Adding conservative estimates for the hardware R&D failure and mixed reality operational burn bumps the total up by plus $4.5 billion. 2. Technical acquisitions benefiting Xbox. The 1% benefit rule. Microsoft has bought dozens of companies that aren't game studios but exist entirely to build back-end infrastructure, engine physics, or cloud technology for Xbox. Adding these pieces to the receipt pushes the number up even further. Structural middleware and cloud tech. Havok, 2015. Acquired from Intel to boost Azure Cloud Physics calculation modeling, famously integrated into engines across the entire industry. Estimated cost, 100M-200M***. Simply Gone, 2017. a premier 3D optimization tool used natively by Xbox Game Studios to automatically optimize polygon counts for games running across multiple hardware tiers, Xbox Series 10 versus Series S. Estimated cost, approximately $100 million. PlayFab 2018. A massive acquisition providing the entire live ops, matchmaking, and data analytics backend that powers modern Xbox Live cloud services and multiplayer frameworks. Estimated cost, approximately $250 million. Developer infrastructure ecosystems. GitHub 2018, $7.5 billion. While acquired for the entire company's developer ecosystem, its continuous integration pipelines, telemetry trackers, and version control tools are the bedrock of modern game development for every single internal Xbox game studio. Applying even a fraction of its value to the gaming pipeline adds massive weight. Nuance Communications, 2021, $19.7 billion, acquired for its enterprise speech recognition and conversational AI. This technology directly fuels accessibility software, text-to-speech UI components, and automated voice moderation systems implemented across the Xbox ecosystem. Even at a 5% allocation for its direct benefit to gaming, it adds nearly $1 billion. The adjusted math segment. Estimated financial impact. Baseline core receipt from file 100096430 link to .jpg. $93.9 billion. HoloLens R&D sunk costs and asset write-downs, plus $4.5 billion. GitHub integration allocation. Developer pipeline, plus $1.5 billion. Middleware/backend tools. PlayFab, Havoc, Simply Gone, plus $0.5 billion. Auxiliary tech, AI allocations. Nuance, Beam/Mixer, 2hat, plus $1 billion. Total adjusted Xbox ecosystem ledger, approximately $1.4 billion. Summary impact. By factoring in the financial losses of the HoloLens project, along with the hidden infrastructure acquisitions that keep Xbox Live running behind the scenes, Microsoft's real-world spending structure supporting the gaming ecosystem easily shatters the $100 billion milestone.
$100 billion worth for acquisitions. $100 billion worth for acquisitions. You know, I forgot about Mixer. Remember Mixer, their own little, their streaming site? Yep, I remember that. That was $1 billion by itself. Wasted money. It's a lot, bro. Yeah, I forgot about Mixer. So $100 billion worth of acquisitions. Whether we're looking at game studios or we're looking at technology, anything in that sector, over $100 billion worth of acquisitions since 2011, when they wanted to get serious, because they were getting their ass beat by PlayStation during the PS3 generation. They want to turn that shit around, and they started making, moves, and that's cool. You can make all the moves you want, but you know, that's just $100 billion worth of acquisitions, and the other $100 billion is just all the money they lost on Xbox itself, including Game Pass. Which they said they gave us a number with they said 20 billion spent. I think it's 20 billion wasted. you wouldn't put a number out there if it's not profit, and it's not profit. Which is weird because Microsoft never give out numbers, and they finally giving out numbers.
Call of Duty is one of the biggest franchises in the world, and it could be a huge growth driver for Game Pass. You get the new Call of Duty as day one on Game Pass every year. You get a lot of people subscribing to Game Pass for that. Blizzard isn't quite what it used to be. You can read that story in Play Nice, the book that I published a couple of years ago, but it still has killer franchises. Diablo, Overwatch, and World of Warcraft was and remains a guaranteed moneymaker, so that's always a good investment. Activision Blizzard also owns King, the makers of Candy Crush, which gives Xbox a presence on mobile that it never had before. I think Xbox is looking at mobile as a growth opportunity at this point. Mobile is a really tough market to get into and to find success in, but Candy Crush is one of the games that has found success over the years, so that's a good investment. Now, I won't get into all the nitty-gritty of the regulatory process, but essentially it was a very messy battle that wound up taking 18 months to close. The deal was announced in January of 2022, and it didn't close until October of 2023. And during that period of time, the climate changed quite a bit.
Breaking news. Actress Devane Chase, I'm pronouncing her name wrong, but she was the voice actress that did the original voice for Lilo and Lilo and Stitch, the animated movie. She did Chihiro and the English dub of Spirited Away. God damn. She just passed away at the age of 35. So she was the girl in Spirited Away, and she was Lilo in the original Lilo and Stitch animated movie. She has passed away at the age of 35. Rest in peace. Damn, bro. My entire child... Bro, she was younger than me, bro. What the fuck, bro? I see she be smoking cigarettes. I don't know what took a turn in her life. I do hate when these we gotta come back to Jason Schreier. I'm gonna give him a thumbs down. He doesn't deserve a fucking thumbs up. His interpretation of gaming history is completely fucking twisted. That's not what happened. Spirited Away actress. So if you've ever watched Spirited Away, it's probably one of my favorite movies. It's a award-winning movie. If we didn't have this movie, we wouldn't have Ni no Kuni 1 and 2. I love Ni no Kuni. By the same guy that brought us Spirited Away. Oh my god, man. I'm so numb to it because, like, what the fuck? What the fuck? It's a crazy fucking world we're living in. Oh, man. It looked like she also played the girl in Ring. You know Ring? You know, like, you coming out of the well and they come through the girl that was coming through the TV. You know Ring? It's a legendary horror movie. It was spoofed on, what was the movie called? Scary Movie 2. I think it was Scary Movie 2 or 3. And, yeah, man, what the fuck? What the fuck? That's wild, bro. Damn, that's fucking wild, bro. What the shit? That's wild, bro. What the fuck? Damn, rest in peace. Bro, like, she inspired a completely whole fucking generation. Like, look, right there. Look, 15 years ago, Spirited Away wins Best Animated Feature. It's a highly award-winning series. Like, it was so good. The girl did such a good job voice acting. She did good with Lilo and Stitch too, in the original Lilo and Stitch animated movie that started the whole craze about Lilo and Stitch. I mean, wow. And Hollywood just fucking forgot her. She's 35 years old. I don't even think I even knew her name until today. It's crazy, bro. I do not like how Hollywood will, like, fuck with you 1 minute and then completely forget you exist the next, man. It happens so much to celebrities, actors and actresses that we grew up with, and it's just a weird fucking thing, man. It's so weird, bro. What the fuck? Oh, it looked like Digital Foundry's finally talking about bad news with Xbox? Finally? Look, it looks like they're not happy. Why wouldn't you be happy? Again, PC is the cousin of Xbox, so when Xbox does bad, they're fucking sad. Because they don't get the games no more.
Hello there, and welcome to the latest edition of the DF Direct Q&A show. You've got questions, we've got answers.
No, you fucking don't. But I think you got more answers than fucking Xbox, though. Let's get over this ad. What's going on?
Questions of the week, and we're actually having to refilm this because the dynamic situation with Microsoft is so dynamic that it seems to be changing on a 24-hourly basis. So our previous responses to these questions needs to be completely recalibrated. Let's kick off with this one from Skyrim 26 FPS edition. When I see Satya Nadella quoted as saying, now we have to turn Xbox into a sustainable business, why do I mentally insert or else afterwards? Supposed options are spinning it off, presumably to die and be reborn as Activision Blizzard 2 Private Equity Edition, or turning it into a JV, i.e. dead, but someone, maybe Asus gets the brand. I think that's probably pushing things a bit, although things are pretty dire, seemingly. I just hope for a quick resolution of the Xbox fiasco, as I want this industry to succeed, and maybe taking a player off the board will help that. Dajarko, in brackets, Dan. Lads, exclamation point. What do you think to the recent rumblings that Microsoft is even considering spinning off or selling Xbox? Who would your preferred buyer be? Could Elon Musk really do a worse job? Absolutely, yes, without doubt. And if he bought it under his macro hard anti-Microsoft company name, would we be living in some kind of mirror universe, more like a sort of dystopian reality where everything has kind of gone horribly wrong? Although some might say the last 10 years is pretty much evidence of a Kelvin-style divergence in the timeline. John, yes, we originally responded to these questions in the first draft of the first recording session, but we were kind of like wanting Microsoft to just shut up and get on with business, basically. I think that was the overriding messages, because Satya Nadella was basically coming out and saying, hey, we've been subsidizing video games for the last 25 years. It's time for video games to pay us back, essentially. And in the time since we recorded the first response to this topic, well, basically, parts of the plan are starting to become apparent, and it's pretty bad news, right?
Yes. I was commenting earlier that the whiplash from this whole situation is honestly staggering, because I think we came out of that recent sort of pseudo E3 presentation feeling pretty good about things, right? Like, it seemed like they were heading in a good direction. It seemed like, there would be some sacrifices, unfortunately, but what seems to be sort of coming out now suggests that it's actually a lot worse than we're expecting, with studios either being spun out as independent in the best cases or simply being shuttered. And the names that are being mentioned is what's so concerning. Like, in the case of Compulsion Games, for instance, I don't like to see that. I think they made a really cool game. They've done some good stuff, but they haven't made enough games, one could argue, and the sales and performance of it was really poor. I mean, I can understand where the decision would come from, but when you're hearing, you see Arcane is mentioned, Ninja Theory's being mentioned despite just announcing a brand new game. Sounds like Double Fine's going to spin out on their own, hopefully. And then even stuff like Machine Games and id Software comes up as potential things that could either get shut down or hit. We don't yet know what's going to happen, but it's just going too far. It's like they're saying, hey, we're just going to close all the developers you guys like.
Right.
And that comment about them just wanting to chase, it sounds like they just want to chase like the ultra high-end AAA sort of experiences whittle down their portfolio to just the basics that like hit that market, and that's it. And
right.
I guess basically the best thing we can hope for is that these developers are able to essentially exit from Microsoft gracefully and somehow continue, right? If they could continue, that would be okay. But I don't want to see studios shut down and mass layoffs occur over this. And if that's the case, if they're just essentially removing so much talent and experience, it just feels like they're creating the problem that got them in this position in the first place, right? Like if you really go back historically and look, the Xbox 360 had a remarkably strong first and third party lineup. So did the original Xbox even, but 360 especially. But then there was a point where, and I think this was on Don Matrix's watch, where they basically like whittled down their first party stuff to almost nothing. And they either focused too much on Kinect or they just didn't have much.
Okay, so I'll say one thing. I like their take on the console war because it's fucking more accurate. What he's been saying is way more 100% accurate to what actually happened than what Jason Schreier did. He wanted to tone it down, not to hurt people's feelings, not to hurt any of the developers involved, not to hurt the people that he has relationships with inside of Xbox. So he's like, oh, this happened, but this happened. That's not actually what happened. What he's saying is really what happened. Let me go rewind this back real quick.
The best thing we can hope for is that these developers are able to essentially exit from Microsoft gracefully and somehow continue, right? If they could continue, that would be okay. But I don't want to see studios shut down and mass layoffs occur over this. And if that's the case, if they're just essentially removing so much talent and experience, it just feels like they're creating the problem that got them in this position in the first place, right? Like if you really go back historically and look, the Xbox 360 had a remarkably strong first and third party lineup. So did the original Xbox even, but 360 especially. But then there was a point where, and I think this was on Don Matrix's watch, where they basically like whittled down their first party stuff to almost nothing. And they either focused too much on Kinect or they just didn't have much.
That right there. When they focused too much on Kinect, this was about the time where PlayStation made an unbelievable comeback and that Xbox couldn't compete. At that specific time, Xbox was either had to go get more money to go head to head with PlayStation at a prime state. I'm not saying at their prime, but at a prime state. They were working on all cylinders. They were on their shit. They brought out one of the fucking most amazing videos related to PlayStation All-Stars that ever. PlayStation Michael commercial. Do you guys remember the PlayStation Michael commercial? Where we saw live action Kratos and other stuff like that. It was so fucking dope, right? The way PlayStation, look at this. Look at how PlayStation's ads were back then. Like they were hardcore. Look at their Destiny ads. And this is before they didn't even own Bungie, but they had a marketing partnership with Bungie for that. The official PlayStation 4 Perfect Day commercial, that was good. The For the Players since 1995 commercial where they showed a time lapse fucking makes me cry all the time. All the way from 95 all the way to the PS4 generation. Bro, like the PS3 commercial, now $2.99 when they did the price cut. Like, bro, I'm gonna tell you one thing. I'm gonna tell you right now. PlayStation at this time point when they were on their shit, you couldn't fuck with them. And this was, again, you have to understand, PlayStation was dominating that you didn't know 360 existed. 360 existed. It was still there. The generation wasn't over, and they just ran out of gas. They just ran out of gas. They couldn't get any more contracts with third party. Those were running out. Third party was like, hey, look at PlayStation. They're coming back. Let's put our game over there. So games were no longer exclusive to Xbox. It was just a big... it was good for PlayStation. It was bad for Xbox. And when they went down, they went up and then they went all the way down. What happened with the launch of the Xbox One didn't help, and they kept going all the way down. You don't even see them no more. They're not. They can't even get 50 million consoles sold over the last 2 generations. They couldn't. Last gen they did not hit 50 million. This gen they're not hitting 50 million. What's the point of fucking investing in a brand when the box can't even sell 50 million? Yes, it's your fault. Putting your games on PC day and date didn't help. Like this one right here, this was good. And again, I know this is after PS3 generation, but you just understand. So they were teaming up. They had Crash Bandicoot. This was, again, Microsoft really wanted to buy or had already brought Activision. I don't know which one was which at this point in time. I think this was before they brought it. And then look at Kratos there, giving him the Leviathan. These type of commercials really resonated with all types of gamers and really showed people the PlayStation was the place. Yes, I know Final Fantasy is on every single platform, but if it wasn't for PlayStation, you wouldn't even know what Final Fantasy 7 was. You know, the fact that PlayStation really was there for a lot of developers, whether the developers are there for them now or not, it's just really, really cool. Again, you go back here to I'm gonna turn this up real quick.
Dear PlayStation, my grandma won't stop watching Blu-ray movies on my PS3.
Look, for $299, you don't just get a sweet gaming machine. It's like you get the best Blu-ray player around built in for free. You know how old people like free stuff.
Yeah, but
Do you know what she did for fun when she was your age? She pushed a hoop with a stick.
But I want to play.
With a stick.
I've been waiting.
Stick.
PS3, now $290.
They couldn't beat us. They couldn't beat us. When I got my PS3 in 2008, it was $400. The following year, it went all the way down to $299. After that, it was over. It was over. And when PS3 released the new Slim and they went down to $299, it was over. They could not beat PlayStation. Look at this.
Dear PlayStation, I got a tip that you were making the PS3 $299. Confirm or deny?
$299? Bernie, you can't believe everything you read on the internet. That's how World War I got started. While $299 for the sweetest gaming, Blu-ray playing, movie downloading system in the world would be fantastic. No comment.
But all that stuff says $299. Right behind you.
I'm sorry, you said something?
When Kevin Butler came out and they released the PlayStation 3 for $299, they made it slimmer. They did the new, it only does everything, which it was true. It really did do everything. It did everything, bro. Why do you think they lost at the end of the gen? Sony's just stopped fucking around. They locked in. I don't care how Jason Schreier wants to talk about it. You can use your own eyes and see. I've talked about it so many times. I was a part of it on a ground level. And I saw the type of games they were releasing month after month, day after day, year after year, and how they were fighting to get the consumers' trust back. Not trying to trick you, but to tell you what you're like, bro, we listen and we understand what you want. Like, bro, another type of beast. That's all I'm gonna say. They were on their beast mode. That is what gave us God of War 2018. That is what gave us Spider-Man. You know, the foundation they made of listening to gamers and giving us what we want. It was made, I would say, between 2008 and 2009. That's when it was made. Between those 2 years, that's when it was the foundation started of like giving us the type of games and listening to us on the things we wanted. It was just crazy. One second, let me charge up my Yeah, it's crazy, man. It's crazy when you think about it, but yeah, 360 definitely failed. 360 failed, and it's all right that they failed. You got to go take a little bit of look back in time to see what's going on. But again, shout out to I think it's not Litterman, but it's the other one.
360 had a remarkable
Dark 1X, the guy right there in the middle. He really is always honest because he has more console centric backgrounds than the old guy and Alex. And the other guy that's very PC centric. This guy knows a lot more about console and understands. He is with PC, but he understands that consoles have some great things about it.
Remarkably strong first and third party lineup. So did the original Xbox even, but 360 especially. But then there was a point where, and I think this was on Don Matrix's watch, where they basically like whittled down their first party stuff to almost nothing. And
you hear what he said? It was a point in time when they whittled down their first party stuff to nothing. PlayStation was still going. They had just made their comeback. They still had a lot of energy. They're still going. Xbox was like, we ran out of energy. Remember, Xbox started a year ahead. If they would have not did that bullshit, they would have been neck and neck, and then maybe they wouldn't have ran out of gas too early. But when they ran out of gas and PlayStation was like fucking popping off on everything, nobody could deny them anymore. And that is when they made the comeback. If anything, as Xbox that launched a year ahead that hurt PlayStation, but them running out of gas so early also helped PlayStation.
They either focused too much on Kinect or they just didn't have much because they were so, convinced that the third-party support was all they needed. And then they spent years and years and years building up their first-party portfolio again. And now I would say over the last 5 years, Xbox has had a pretty great stream of games being released, right? Like their developers are producing, there's a lot of stuff in the works. Like it seemed like things on the software side were going well. And now it sounds like they just want to close it all down again. And they're just going to wind up in that same stupid situation. And it's just emblematic of this constant feeling that they have no vision for where to go forward. And it's just decisions are being made on the whim, and every year it could be different. There was that clip from Psycho Odyssey about the making of Psychonauts 2 that always goes around where somebody was asking about like when corporate visits and like, oh yeah, we love like Matt Booty and Phil Spencer and them, they're the fun guys. It's what happens when Bill from accounting and so from marketing comes in on Friday. That's the problem. And it just feels like they put on a face that's like says one thing, and then the penny pinchers come in. It's almost like they just leave them to they say, oh, we're going to be hands off with the studios, but they provide no guidance or support. And then all of a sudden they look at the finances and say, oh, we got to do something about this. Sorry guys. And it just kind of keeps happening. So
Yeah, I mean, I'm just looking at reporting from Tom Warren, who is very well integrated, lots of sources within Microsoft. He's saying that Xbox is closing down Ninja Theory, Compulsion Games, and Double Fine are also in quote-unquote active negotiations about spinning off. I wish them well.
So the only thing I have to say against the guy that was talking right here is that everything isn't like sunshine and rainbows. Like if Xbox is doing bad, if their games are selling bad, you have to punish them in some way. You can't just allow them to keep doing the wrong thing and to reward them for it. So this was going to happen, whether you like it or not. You have to make sense of it. Like, why is it happening? It's happening because you didn't meet quotas. You have to meet quotas. You can't just be wasting somebody's money like that. Like back in the day when it came to the mafia, or you talking about drug dealers and stuff like that, without the mafia, like you're not gonna like borrow money from these people and not pay them back. Like that's just how it is. That's just business is the same way. You gotta take their money and not pay them back, not do good with that investment, just sit around. Like look at the music industry. All these rappers that are running around with their money, like they're running around with money that's not really theirs yet. He didn't even sell the records yet. They get all this money ahead of time, similar to basketball players. Like they get all that money before they even step foot on the motherfucking court to show that they're worth the money. They break their they break their fucking ankle. It's over, bro. But guess what? You already wasted the money. You already gave them the money. Can't get that shit back. Microsoft not gonna get that back, but they're not gonna deal with them. They don't have to be dealing with these people just because they lost money. They can just sell them or close them down.
You know, when corporate visits and like, oh yeah, we love like Matt Booty and Phil Spencer and them, you know, they're the fun guys. It's what happens when Bill from accounting and so from marketing comes in on Friday.
The thing I don't get from the PC centric people that spend so much money on their rigs that they're so out of touch about where money comes from and why you need money, but they spend the most money on their hardware. Like, how do you not understand that if your game doesn't sell, you're probably not going to be around much longer, especially if you continuously bring out games that don't sell, or you bring out games that no one cares about? I mean, I'm not going to feel sorry for them. Make games that we care about. It's very easy. It's easy to do. You know what we like. You know what we want. And a lot of them went out of their way to make the opposite. And they thought they were being smart, and now they're getting closed down and they're losing their job.
Friday, that's the problem. And
it's, man, if we're being real with this, it's not going to get any better for them, but that's not our responsibility. Yeah, that's not our responsibility. Like, do you understand we had how many live streams we did? We did a Xbox showcase, and then I did a rant about the fucking showcase because they kept talking about Xbox being back. And then upon doing that, there was so much bad news that came out that week that I did this one. And then I talked about how PlayStation was going to be dominating this summer, and that Xbox needs to do something rather than release bad news, but their hands are tied. They can't do anything. Microsoft has cut them off, and I know you haven't heard this, but this is the case. If they're doing all these cuts, do you think they're offering more money? That's not something they're doing. They're not giving them more money. They cut them off. So, like, Microsoft has like 3 games coming out. They have Gears of War E-Day. They have Fable next year. And I don't know what else they got coming out this year, between this year and next year. But I think it's just Gears, E-Day, and Fable. And Fable is $300 million, and Gears E-Day is $400 million. They're not going to be spending or wasting any more money trying to secure any more big games into Game Pass, which was something I predicted and saw last year. After Expedition 33, I didn't think that they were going to be able to do something like that where a developer didn't know their value anymore. And that was the case. They continue to do it with their first-party titles. But even though that's not happening anymore because they said, oh, going forward, Call of Duty will not be going into Game Pass until a year out. Because it was hurting them real bad. Yeah, when they lost the Call of Duty contract to PlayStation, yeah, that hurt during the PS4 generation, which continued into the PS5 generation until they were like, oh, let's buy Activision so that Sony doesn't have the contract anymore. Lo and behold, Activision was in such a bad position that even though they owned them, the positive feedback, the positive buzz or anything like that, it just didn't really matter. Activision was in such a bad position. And the only real thing the fans wanted to do, I'm going to play me a little bit of Echoes of Encrad. Oh, wait up. Let's go do a little bit of review. I want to check some stuff out in pre-order before we go and do any of that gaming stuff. So what we want to do is go take a look at the pre-orders, and then we're gonna go take a look at Amazon. But yeah, when they did the Call of Duty thing, Xbox fans desperately wanted them to put the game only on Xbox, but also put it on Game Pass. So this is what you're doing. Take it away from the community that pays for games. You can see right there. Take it away from the community that pays for games. Put it on a subscription service where the player doesn't have to pay any additional price to play said game. Make absolutely no money off a multi-million-dollar juggernaut of an IP. And then everything will go all right. That's just how it goes. Like this way of thinking, bro. Like, oh, let's keep the doors to the store unlocked overnight because I trust my neighbors. They won't fucking run into my store and rob me. Like this naive way of thinking that those type of things will work itself out. No, bro. Nah, man. That's not how the world works. You give them Call of Duty on Game Pass, they're not going to want to buy it. Again, let's take a look at the pre-orders. We got Madden 27 and College Football Bundle, $150. Right behind that, we have the Standard Edition of Wolverine. That has moved past the Digital Deluxe. I don't know how that happened, but it did. It switched spots. Normally, the more expensive version is up there, but in this case, it changed hands. I don't know how. Maybe some people are going to pay $10 a little bit later for the other one. That's what I did. I paid $10 for the deluxe portion. I'm going to get the $70 portion later on. So we got Wolverine right here at number 2. So we got the MVP bundle, number 1 for $150. We got the Wolverine game for $70. And number 3 is Call of Duty. Now, again, remember, Wolverine comes out a month before Call of Duty. But Gears of War comes out between both of these games. If Gears was on PlayStation, it would have been making money. It would be probably around these two games. Either before one, in the middle, or on third. Like, it just would have been around these. It would have been like those 3 games. Gears isn't making any money. It doesn't matter what you guys say. You like these studios. You want them to make money. Xbox can't make exclusives anymore. The gamers don't know how to financially treat exclusives. This is how you treat exclusives. You come out and you show your ass up. To the point that Call of Duty, the biggest IP, is surrounded by Wolverine. Literally. It's surrounded by Wolverine. That is how you show up for exclusives. I guarantee you that's not happening over an Xbox. I guarantee you that Gears of War is not outselling Call of Duty on a weekly basis. I guarantee you that. 100% guaranteed that Wolverine, there's outselling Call of Duty on PlayStation. Gears is not doing the same thing. I guarantee you. So again, we got Madden and College Football, Wolverine Standard Edition, Call of Duty, the Vault Edition, the Digital Deluxe Edition of Wolverine, another college football, Madden, Persona 4, Halo. Now, that means Halo is probably on the second row. That's pretty damn good for Halo. We have this. We have another Persona. Ace Combat fell behind, but still up here. Halloween, the video game, is available. It's $60. The Tomb Raider game is up here. Deluxe Edition, $70. Metal Gear Solid 2. Metal Gear Solid Master Collection Volume 2. Hell Let Loose Vietnam, $40. Like this is what it is. Yes, you're going to see a lot of casual stuff. But the cool thing about the PlayStation community, you have games like Persona sprinkled in because people love that stuff. It's going to be up there. Lara Croft, Tomb Raider going to be up there because, again, it's very iconic. PlayStation fans know about Lara Croft. She used to be an icon and a mascot for PlayStation along with Crash Bandicoot and Spyro and many of the other ones. Halo is right underneath one of the Wolverines in the Digital Deluxe version. Again, They're trying to get $70. They're trying to get $70 for this one, so that means it was 50. Yeah, they're trying to get $20 extra for their deluxe edition. That's what they want. You get it 5 days early. Would be cool if you got some avatars. That'd be funny. I think in the grand scheme of things, heading towards fucking the deeper part of July, I think the takeaway is that Halo is on PlayStation. Spider-Man is in the movie theaters breaking records for Sony. Wolverine is going to be at the San Diego Comic-Con getting a newfound lease on life when it comes to hype and marketing. And I just don't think anybody's going to give a fuck about Xbox with Gears. I don't think that's the talk. I think that when we head into July for them, they're going to be hit with a lot of delays. They're going to be hit with cancellations and foreclosures on different studios, as well as massive amounts of layoffs. I think that PlayStation going into next month is really good for PlayStation. I think Xbox going into next month is really bad for Xbox. I mean, just take a look at what we got ahead of us versus what they are doing. Can't make this shit up, man. Even if you wanted to, you couldn't make this shit up. Yep, gotta take a nice picture of that. Halo is underneath Wolverine. But when these college football games come up, it may slide Halo a little bit. Let me see when this one's coming out. This one's coming out at the beginning of next month. Okay, so that one comes out at the beginning of next month. It could move both this one and that one over. And then Wolverine and Wolverine, Call of Duty, and Wolverine. That's weird. Wolverine, Call of Duty, and Wolverine can move over. And then this will move over and this will move over. So quite possibly 3 spots may be open. One taken by Madden and another one taken by Persona. If it stays above Halo. If it doesn't, then Halo moves above Persona. And some way, shape, or form, Halo may end up being on the top row. If Halo is on the top row ever, it is a bad sign for Xbox fans. What you don't want is for PlayStation fans to buy this game more than you, because it's going to defeat the whole purpose that you deserve exclusives. So I would only hope that Xbox fans don't lose track of the goal. The goal is to convince Xbox that you're worth it. If you can't buy your own flagship game, then that means, there's no point in them continuously giving you guys exclusives. So make sure you do your part and buy this game on Xbox, because if PlayStation fans outbuy you on your flagship game, whether it's a remake or not, it's not going to be a good fucking headline. I'm letting you guys know that right now. If it sells a lot over on PlayStation and it gets a headline, any article, I'm telling you right now, it's not a good time. It's not gonna be a good time, man. I got this version. I got to put my little $10 down on that bitch. I got to pay the $70 a little bit later, closer to October. That's a good October. That's a good, sorry, closer to September. I don't know what the fuck I just said. That's a good birthday gift. Even though it's not like right on October, this would be a good little gift for me. I don't think I'm picking up anything in October, though. I think I'm skipping that month for games. I'm gonna, get Wolverine, Grand Theft Auto, Sword Art Online next month, and Halo next month. And I think I'm done for real. Yeah, I think I'm done. I don't think I'm picking up. I might pick some other smaller games up on sale. But as far as like brand new games, I think I'm good. I'm healthy. I still don't understand why Microsoft didn't make Call of Duty exclusive. Most PlayStation players play Call of Duty, they would have switched over. It's because they didn't want to take the chance that PlayStation fans wouldn't switch over. See, that's the thing. If they did that and PlayStation fans didn't switch over, you would be losing money. And I don't think they were ready. They didn't believe in the brand enough to do something like that. I look, don't look at me, but that's the only way. That's the only thing I could think of is that they didn't believe that it could actually work out for them. Man, today is Wednesday. Tomorrow's Thursday. Quite possibly another day of bad news for Xbox. Go watch that later. I'm wondering, did they ever like show off the? I wonder if they ever showed off the new trailer. Hmm. I heard that they may have found the new Professor Xavier. The guy that played Night Owl on the Watchmen movie. He was in all of those scary movies about possessions and shit. Yeah, it looks like he's gonna be it. Okay, so I'm just looking at this so I can see what all the outfits were for Wolverine, because they're trying to make it seem as though that this older Wolverine is better than the new Insomniac, or comparing it. And I don't feel like they should be doing such. Trust me, Insomniac probably has already played this game and took the good things from it and took the bad things and left the bad things alone. So I don't think that in any reality they don't know this game and what you like from the game and what they are going to add in their game. Including the blood splatter. I hope he has a corkscrew. I know he will. Probably not upgrade that. Level it up. He has the double hand dive attack. I've already seen that before. Grabbing an enemy in his air, in the air by his foot and slam him. I saw a boss do that to Wolverine, but I didn't see Wolverine do it. But again, we don't have the full game, so we can't really say. Nice. So you beat him and get the yellow and brown suit. That's pretty cool. Which we've already seen. Our yellow and brown suit is much better. And then you fight him again and you get the classic yellow and blue. Oh, okay, there you go. And then you fight him again and you get the gray and black suit. So that's only like 3 suits though. Easy. Like Insomniac could add those easy. I think that one of the best things you should worry about on a Wolverine video game is not about how much damage you can take and end up turning into a fucking skeleton, because that's what I'm hearing. It's more about those suits that you've grown to love. Because this game only had fucking 3 suits. And from what I'm seeing, and one of them wasn't even the X-Men 1 movie suit, which is kind of fucking crazy. I forgot that Wolverine could do that. I learned about that recently doing some research. Wolverine has the ability to heat up his claws and make them really hot so that he can better slice through shit more easily. So it'll be cool if we have that ability. However, they have claws too. That's what I've learned. Is that... Oh, wait, he's fighting again? Or he's just showing off? Okay, yeah. That's pretty dope. So, like, 3 suits. It didn't really have a lot of suits. They had 3 fucking suits that are accurate. Then they had the tank top and jeans, which are going to be there. Yeah, they did alright, I guess. Yeah, they did alright. Marvel's Wolverine suits. Can't stand this guy. He's fucking Okay. So there's 3 suits related to comic books. Actually, there's this one over here, the brown suit, the classic brown suit. The one that I like right here, the black and gold leather, or the black leather with a little bit of gold trim. I like that one because that's based off of the comic books that came out right after the movie, the live action movie started coming out, and they were hot. And they didn't like 100% rip off the design of the live action movies, but what they did do was they had some designs inspired by that. And I like this one. Again, this is the open jacket with the dog tags around his neck. You know, you see the gold trim with the X-Men symbol on the jacket. So even though they said the X-Men don't exist in this universe, it's not stopping them from making sure that some of his belt buckles have the X logo, as you can see right here. Or, you know, right here with this X symbol on his jacket. So that's pretty cool. The blue and black one seem to be originally made by Insomniac. And this black and yellow one, that also seems to be originally made by Insomniac. The classic, the first appearance classic suit right here, that shows us that they're, you know, they don't mind going down that classic road. Again, the red and black with the silver and the metal arm, or the metal, what's it called? The metal arm with the fucking claws. It's actually supposed to just be metal. But that one looks dope too, so that's gonna be cool. And it does look like, when you know, look at his hair, he does have the Wolverine hair. And maybe you may have different hairstyles and different beard styles. I don't know what they're gonna do with that, because some of the beards I'm seeing looks a little different. Yeah, it's gonna be dope, man. Just on the suits alone, this game is better. Combat looks really good too. And I don't know, when it comes to the leaks, I think that some of the leaks are still out there, but I don't think that anyone cares anymore, because it looks so outdated. I don't think a lot of people care anymore. Is this one fully leaked? Oh, this one's still fully leaked. Cut that out. Let's see. Hold on. My fault. Where we at? There we go. My fault. I'm gonna look at it over here. Interesting, interesting. Looks like we got some ray tracing in the water, but that was already obvious. Looks like you're doing a little bit of swim. This is that one area that's the wide linear area. It kind of reminds me of Mexico, but somebody said it was a different location. Oh, I can't wait to see what this shit looks like. Yeah, I can't wait to see what this shit looks like. Polished. It's probably gonna be amazing. That shit looks not good at all. Not the unpolished version. I mean, it looks alright, but you can clearly tell it's unpolished. I really want to see some comparisons to Gears of War E-Day versus Wolverine when it comes to attention to detail and stuff like that. I would love to see Coalition go head to head with Insomniac. Even with the help of Unreal, I don't think they're going to be better than Insomniac. It's weird that when you like, you got, I don't want to show anything because I want to leak, but you got people in the comment section is trying to shit on the game when it was unfinished. It's a really weird flex. Insomniac, I'm not trying to leak anything, but if you could go get the videos down from Gamescapes. That is game_scapes YT. It does look like he still has videos up of him running the game on his RTX 5070. So again, this is game_scapes YT. Interesting. So we got Gamescapes, got his video still up. We got this guy still got his video up. This was 7 months ago. This was over a year ago. Anybody else got their fucking video up? Jeez. I don't know what happened to Wolverine's hair on his arm for the older Wolverine. It would have been nice if he had more hair on his arms. I like the suit, but aside from a few of the lines, I'm talking about the classic suit, they kind of made it look really goofy. Even though I know it's weird, but there were some goofy type suits for Spider-Man, but they brought some flair and style to it, so yeah. What's this? I can't hear.
Spider-Man game. According to trusted creator Evan Falarka, who recently posted on X, Insomniac Games is working on another Marvel game besides Spider-Man and Wolverine. In my opinion, if this is true, this mystery game might be the long-awaited Hulk game we all want. Or it could even be an Avengers game, but this time actually good. Besides, what do you think this new Marvel game is going to be? Insomniac is making another secret Marvel game, and it's not Wolverine, nor the next Spider-Man game. According to trusted creator Evan Falarka, who recently posted on X, Insomniac Games is working on another Marvel game besides Spider-Man and Wolverine. In my opinion, if this is true,
it's a whole bunch of nothing. But if they are working on another Marvel game, it's gonna be a PlayStation exclusive. So, hey, that's another W for us. Because we already know Blade about to get canceled. There ain't no way Blade coming out, bro. No fucking way. What would be another Marvel game Insomniac would do instead of the clearly the Incredible Hulk? They're already like, for real, man. I think they're gonna do a great job with this game. I don't think there's nothing that they're gonna be able to do that's gonna be wrong about this. This game's gonna be fire. I love what they did with the brown suit. Like the lines and everything, that is fucking fire. I fucks with that.
Every new suit revealed in the Wolverine gameplay trailer. You got John.
Yeah, they confirmed Japan. Man, some of the leaked content is still up here. Notorious E still got his content up on YouTube from 8 months ago. This individual, this dude got his motherfucking leaked content up from fucking 13 days ago. Why is his shit still? I don't get it. There's still some people that got their leaked content. The cool thing about the leaked content, though, it looks just like it did fucking 2 years ago. They're not updating it, or they're not bothering to remaster it or anything like that. So, this guy is always funny. He always makes a fake image that makes it seem as though the game is ready to play and that he's playing the game. He always makes sure that the video is like 1 minute and 21 seconds long. He gets people to click said video and he makes tons of views. 70,000 views. He claims that the video is in 8K. Or he uploaded it in 8K. It's crazy when you think about it, bro. The type of people that are like content vultures, whether it's Wolverine or it's about to be Spider-Man again, it's gonna be crazy. Fucking hilarious.
Recently, Insomniac Games had a massive data leak, which includes a Spider-Verse game and a footage of Wolverine gameplay, which looks interesting. Gameplay looks good. We cannot say what...
No, bro. I don't need to hear that shit. Oh shit, they posted a trailer? Literally like a minute ago. Oh, I've been waiting all day for this shit. Oh yeah, I'm gonna go watch this in my private time. Everybody, the new Spider-Man Brand New Day movie trailer is up. It's up. It's in 4K. It got posted 1 minute ago, literally. Wow. It looks like PlayStation has the God of War game as their banner. Let's see, did they post anything else today? They got their own specific section for Soros and Helldivers 2. That's good to know. Locking in on those types of things for you section. They're doing good. State of play to make sure they got that section locked down. The God of War video is almost at 8 million views. It's at 7.8 million views. Wolverine's video is at 6.5 million views. And then the other God of War video, Finding Faye, that's at 1.8 million views. So yeah, God of War is still a massive fucking pull for PlayStation. They're doing a really good job. Okay, I'm about to go watch that movie, the Spider-Man movie trailer. You guys have a great day. We've been live since like 9 or something, so you probably gonna see me on some games. I might do a gaming stream. I might do another JTech. What's it called? A JTV Gaming, because I need to finish up on Soros. But if I get carried away on Sword Art Online, that's what's gonna happen. I'm gonna be saving some footage from Sword Art Online to my cell phone. I'm planning on making some YouTube shorts over the weekend since I'll be off on Saturday. So you can expect to see some YouTube shorts between tomorrow and Saturday night. Okay, everybody, you have a great evening. If there's any major news, I'll be here to talk about it, and maybe I'll be posting it in our community section. If you're following me and you're a member, you should be able to post in the community section. Got any news or updates, you can go there. I also have a Discord. You can go join the Discord and be a part of our discussions there, trading information based on news and on video games, sports, anything you want, anime, it doesn't matter. So